right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. This is our Whitefish Planning Commission Growth Policy Meeting for Vision Whitefish 2045. Last meeting, we began and took public comment on the housing element. So this time we'll do that again and then have our discussion on it. We will need an approval of the December 17th, 2025 meetings, and I think we may have an amendment to those.
Yeah, just a small amendment, page 4, second paragraph, third sentence from Daniel Sitter's comments. There was a full paragraph, but his ones, he urged it initially reads, Sitter urged the city to adopt all 6 MLUPA housing strategies, and he did say, urged the city to adopt all 14.
Okay,
So
thank you for that. Yeah.
Wait a second. We have 6, but he's urging for 14, right?
correct.
So that's okay, right?
Yeah, and then
Okay, thank you.
Just recorded differently. Thank you for providing minutes now. I know that's been absent for a little while, so any minutes are better than no minutes. Thank you. All right, so
Approve the minutes as noted for amendment.
second.
thank you. We have a motion and a second for the minutes from December 17th to be approved as amended. And we'll start this meeting with general public comment. So this is a public comment period that is not specific to the element. We will have another shortened public comment on the housing element when we open that. But this is in general for the growth policy for the Planning Commission. Anything that you wish to say, please stand up, state your name and your address and say it now.
You can see all this, we have 306 left for avenue. Speaking to the executive director, Shepherd. I just wanted to address the last planning commission meeting in December. I think we all know that the public comment at it was pretty different than most of the public comment in the past. There were a lot of younger people here, a lot of working people here. And what I wanted to address in this comment is the planning commission's response to that. The overall tone from the board, I think, was pretty defensive. There were a few different members that made comments along the lines of, our age shouldn't be an issue. We were young once, we were struggling too. And I agree, I don't think age should be an issue, and I don't think it was. I was a little bit confused by those remarks, so I went back and watched all the public comment from the last meeting. And nobody got up and said that anybody on the commission was too old to make decisions. What they said is that the planning commission doesn't seem to understand their problems or relate to them. And so I recognize that, many people in the group have struggled at different points in their lives. They haven't all been homeowners. They're not all well off. But I also want people in this room to open themselves up to the possibility that the economic situation is fundamentally different than when they were younger. The average age of a first-time home buyer has been 30 since the 1980s. In the last 15 years, it's risen to 41. Younger people see that as a massive shift in how our generation builds wealth. Whitefish, the average home sale price was 4 times the median income in 2000. Now it's 20 times the median income. You know these stats, and I'm sure that when people were ski bums in their 20s, they didn't know exactly where they would live. But I want to ask if anyone in this room was so worried about being able to live in the valley that when they were 15 years old, they signed a petition about zoning reform, or they took their evening to show up to a planning commission meeting like the high schoolers did. What I'm saying is that the situation is fundamentally different than it was in the past. During the transportation element, Valerie made a comment saying much the same thing, and another planning commission member responded to that by just asking, if your community is struggling, where are they? Then that community showed up, and the planning commission only heard personal attacks and not the stories of people struggling. I think this housing chapter is a really good chance for this board to do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other general public comments, John?
Pass that up to everybody. This is not about housing. This is a listing of what I call things to fix. These are flaws in the existing growth plan, which I think can be fixed. I think they are violations of MLUPA. And, the, the left column is a listing of the chapters. The middle column is existing conditions where LUPA requires a description of existing conditions. And then the right-hand column is the expected impacts of development over 20 years, and LUPA requires that. So with number one, hazards, there is no written evacuation plan for Big Mountain. And I think the plan, the growth policy should acknowledge that and discuss the risks for the existing situation. And then for the impacts over 20 years, the plan, it omits impacts of wildfire, and there should be a discussion in detail of the effects of not having a plan, the kind of chaos that could develop. Then under land use, I put this under land use, but it's appeared under transportation, housing and so forth. There's no statement of what mixed residential and commercial really means. That should be in the plan. And over 20 years, the effects of such a mixed use provision, eliminating purely residential zones, should be discussed in detail and forecast. I think MLUPA requires that. So then under housing, there's no number for current affordable housing needs, both for renters and for people who commute in. That I think is a serious deficiency, but it can be fixed. And then under transportation, we discussed December 3rd. There's no current number for annual traffic rate increase on Wisconsin. The data used in 22 transportation plan, I guess, on Wisconsin was about 9 years old. That should be updated for this growth policy. I think that's a serious problem. And then there's no current number for the or current evaluation for the places along Wisconsin that are severely congested, that have got Ds and Fs in that table. That should be updated. And I think that can be done. And then for the over 20 years, to take the growth rates and forecast traffic rate increase, effects on Wisconsin, all that needs to be done, especially in terms of the wildfire risk. And then the ones I've been through are in red. Those are the ones I think are serious enough to cause overturn of the plan. The last two, water quality and economic development, I won't go through those because I put them in yellow because I don't think they would cause an overturn on judicial review. Of course, that's just my opinion. So I would suggest that after May 17th, that and up until then, these things should be fixed so that maybe in a couple months after May 17th, they get repaired and law cases been for a long time. And once it's repaired, that could moot any litigation. And Angie knows what that means. It means it's rendered moot. So that's my list. Things to fix. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any further general public comment?
Yes, this is regarding community housing, which I know is we're talking about tonight. This is separate from the housing element.
Can you state your name?
Hammer 825 Alexander Trail on Whitefish. And yeah, I really want to encourage city staff, city council to get the Depot Park townhomes built. Let's figure out a way to do it expedited. I understand the current status, infrastructure's in, there's currently a lien against it, prohibiting transfer to anybody else to build, but that lien is being worked on can be released. So let's get it done. Why not put out an RFP for builders to come in and build it and have them ready to go the second that gets released? This has been going on for too long. Takes time for builders to plan for subs. So even, if we wait for that lien release, that's 3 months, and then get people in, it's, we've lost opportunity, and it's another year or two have gone by. Habitat presented with Iron Star at City Council saying they could do it. I think that, city council would be wise to put an RFP and see who else is out there. Maybe it could be done even for a better cost or better, but that's one option that's ready to go and get things in place by the end of next year. And there may be nothing's out there, so whatever anybody here can do to encourage that, please do it. So we can get something for our community workers and our teachers and city workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Any further public comment? Hi.
Yes, my name is Daniel Sutter. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Whitefish. Very much interested in getting Depot Park townhomes built, so thank you, Cameron, for bringing that forward. Our organization has been directed by council to work with the city staff to develop a developer's agreement for that property. Just wanted to let you know a little bit of the status on our side of why that project, in our opinion, hasn't been moving forward. Really, this does come down to legal that is outside of the control of Housing Whitefish and is things that we, as put in our proposal to the city, conditions for that takeover. The first one was no legal liability coming to our organization. And so just wanted to be clear and make sure that the narrative around this is not that Housing Whitefish is not able to do this project. We're very open, willing, and excited to pursue this project. We fully agree that bringing in more folks into the process is healthy. Our first question when staff asked us, and we presented this at council, was, are you going to do an RFP? And so we very much want to see this project done. From our perspective, we want to see more housing built. We very much appreciate the work that's been going on in this committee. And we fully expect to collaborate and work with all of our partners in the city to get this done. And so, again, appreciate your time. Look forward to having some more conversation and stop it. And
Thank you, Daniel. Further general public comment tonight? Mary?
Mary Flowers, Citizens for Better Climate. And I'm sorry, I didn't read the comment of this email to you. In LUPA requires that the city growth policy include a population projection for the next 20 years, which you're all aware of. This projection can come from several sources, but the preferred source is a projection provided by the Montana Department of Commerce. As current data comes available, the Montana Department of Commerce information is updated. The last 2.5 years have seen a sharp decline statewide in the previous extremely rapid growth period during the COVID-19 growth bubble. The 2023-2024 data for Whitefish shows a mere 0.9% increase. And I've provided the link. The 2024-25 data will likely be similar, resulting in a much lower population projection than was initially modeled for the Vision Whitefish plan in 2023. By 2045, projection is forecast to decrease to only 0.3% increase per year. Since the entire growth policy must be designed to meet the forecast population, it is essential that population projections be updated with the most recent numbers to be accurate as possible. Efforts to inflate the numbers are a disservice to the community. Suggestions to greatly inflate the population growth numbers we do not find are accurate and strongly encourage the Commission and the City Council to rely on population numbers established by the Montana Department of Commerce as recommended under MLUPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Further general public comment? Richard?
Richard Hillner. Alan, last night you said that I think in February, you will have everything but the land use portion available to members of city council. Is that correct? You said 140 some pages or something.
So I have instructed everyone to not answer questions during public comment time to keep us moving, but we will answer that. And did you pick up, Richard, this nice thing? It may or may not reflect that. But we'll go through a schedule of when things will be out. So yeah, you're asking if February city council will have everything except land use.
I just want to know when the public will get it
Okay,
and I'll answer that.
Yeah.
So, sorry about that.
no, you're fine, Richard. No, you're fine. We're just trying to really keep moving because we've had, thank you. All right, and Alan will answer that. Actually, as we move forward, he has a good guiding light for us that he is. Thank you. Good. You're a guiding light through this,
These days are trained.
through this process. All right, any further general public comment tonight? Any online? Dave,
Yeah, actually, I have.
No one has their hand raised.
Paul, go ahead. Okay.
I'm Paul McCann, 348 Numbers Avenue. I came to the last meeting and then I heard some comments about the growth, projected growth and so forth, and I'm trying to figure that out. Then I went to a commerce site and that was very informative and then I got a copy of the book and I thought I would dig into this about population growth. There's a book called Factfulness, is recommended by Bill Gates and him and his former wife Melinda, their foundations, different things in the population of the world. And it was really it was written by a group of scientists that were on the World Health Organization. They got a Nobel Prize for it. But and it's very insightful. It basically in the book, I'm not going to drag you through any more portion of it, but they talk about in growth, population growth. It's on a trend line. It kind of bumps up and down, 1%. Whitefish is kind of around that one. And then an event happens. There's a bump. And our bump was the pandemic, right? You remember 20, 21, 22, that curve line went way up. But he said there's a huge bias in all these organizations to keep that bias going, keep that trend line going because it serves people's needs. And they said, but no, all the studies show it returns back where it was before the bump. And that's what the studies have shown. I thought it was very enlightening to our discussion tonight. And so that's all I have to say. And I think it's, I look around the room and I think everybody here is really trying to address the affordable housing issue. I know I am, and I think everybody is. It's just how you go about it. But I think we have to acknowledge that they're facts and facts and look at the statistics and those are the numbers. And then you just work with them how to make it happen. I would leave this book. So anybody that wants it, I read it. And it's actually, like I've done a really encouraged about the world too. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anyone online, Dave?
I don't see any hands raised. Anybody online? Raise your hand if you have a comment, general comment.
All right. They do, they're just not fast enough. So we'll go ahead and move on to our housing element portion of the meeting, and Alan will start us off with kind of a breakdown of what's happening, and you can go through a schedule, if you will, Alan, of when things will be posted and out and upcoming, if you're ready for that. I know we typically do that at the end, but this may be a lengthy meeting, so anyone who's here to know when things will be available and how that will come to them, Alan will let us know that now. Ready, Alan?
No pressure. Sure. Alan Kiepenbach, long range planner, vision method project manager, good evening, Madam Chair. And more members of our planning commission, welcome new members of our planning commission, welcome aboard. Real quick, first of all, I guess I want to address Mr. Hildner's comments. The thing that's complicated is that because of our timeline, mandated timeline, okay, because of our mandates, we're at the process now where the city council is going to start seeing sections of the plan before the planning commission has actually formally made a motion on whether or not to adopt it. That complicates things just in itself, okay? The city council is scheduled to have a work session on the first elements of the plan on January 20th. Okay.
that's on the schedule that you see, but I think it's important because it's gonna lead me to Richard's comment. What they're gonna see is gonna be all the background data, the demographics, the history of Whitefish, all the stuff that's been worked on in the version that the planning commission has done. They're also gonna get the economic development, the environment, natural resource hazards, and the public facilities plan elements. What we have done, and I've talked to at least a couple of the council people today, so they're advised of this. We have assembled all of the elements into the way that the plan is going to read, with placeholders for stuff that's not done yet, and not everything is done. Right now, I'm in damage control, just trying to get the state mandates done. So like the letter from the mayor and this executive summary, and all that stuff's not gonna be done, but I will have the plan done, okay? They're going to get an assembled version of all that stuff to them for a work session on January 20th. And I will go through a PowerPoint kind of talking about all that, okay? We have sent the council that package ahead of time so that they have enough time to digest that information. What they're going to get, the way this has worked is there's been many red marks and comments made to these plan sections. Much of its staff was like, we're fine with. And as everybody knows, there's been issues where not everybody's been in agreement. So all the stuff where staff's been fine, we've incorporated all that. And what the city council is going to get is they're going to get the stuff that staff, that is either controversial or staff has had a disagreement. That's what they're going to see in the red marked text. And that's what we were instructed to do, that they want to see what the issues of disagreement are. Right? So the stuff that we have no disagreements already been accepted into the draft, and the stuff that we have disagreement, the council will discuss that, and they will get at those parts. That is, you will see a newsletter go out tomorrow talking about this happening. It will be included, the packet will be included with the agenda. So the agenda goes out on next Wednesday. So when the agenda goes out next Wednesday, there will be a link. You will be able to click on that link and see 147 page, 160 page, whatever document. You'll be able to say, oh, this is what all of this work now looks like put together. Okay. They need a council already sort of knows, and I've talked to two different members about this, that we're familiarizing them with the way the plan reads, what the plan sections are, how it works. And right now, what the issues of contention have been. I think they understand they're not going to be making any major changes. They're just kind of taking notes at this point, because what's going to happen is that after we work with the council and kind of bring them up on speed, you're going to get the final plan for adoption. February 19th is when that's the first meeting when that comes to you, February 19th. Depending on what happens at the planning commission, and there could be another meeting scheduled on February 25th. Depending on what happens with those meetings, then changes or no changes, whatever red marks staff still believe are issues of disagreement is all that council is going to get at that point. So there might be additional work that you do to incorporate or add more stuff. And if we're like, not everybody agrees, the public hasn't agreed, staff hasn't agreed, those red marks will be retained as red mark. And ultimately the council is going to be, and they are, the council is the deciding factor in what those policy decisions are. Does that make sense? Yeah. So there is an updated schedule that's been posted on the website, and next Thursday for the agenda.
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday afternoon, if you go onto the agenda center, there will be a click on the agenda and you can look at that everything minus housing, transportation, and land use. Everything else, including the background setting, all the information is all there. So the reason why I say that, and important to also note, the version that goes to you, back to you in February, that is going to be exactly red marked the way that you have done it down, not you, the way that it has happened. You're going to get everything down to the commas, everything, right? Exactly as you've been marked. And there has been stuff where we've had to add stuff, like the narratives. After each school, there's a narrative. We will highlight what we've added so that you'll be able to look and see what you've done and if you think it's confusing, it is, because that's just the way it is, and I've done the best I can. So, does that answer your question?
I think that's clarifying, yeah. I just didn't want to do that during public comment because we might have had a lot more follow-up questions. And at the end of this meeting, we'll also tie up everything and go through any scheduling things that need to come forward to the public for you guys to be on the same page as us going forward, whatever red marked page that is, we'll be on at that point. All right, so now, Alan, you can continue with where
Yeah, I
you.
sort of was clear on that first, because I understand it's confusing. Don't blame me. Not the way it's supposed to work, okay? Oh, yeah, right, before I get into this, right, thank you. There will be a newsletter, we'll go out tomorrow. Next Wednesday, there's not going to be a planning commission meeting on Wednesday. Okay, there is going to be an open house here, very similar to the ones that you've already seen from 5:30 to 7:30. And CZB, our land use consultants, will be presenting the results of they'll be presenting the results of the land use element. So they'll be showing you maps, they'll be showing what the community has decided and what type and how it looks. That's what you'll see on Wednesday. 5:30, 7:30, drop in, come out. There'll be childcare there. Dana's gonna personally take care of all your babies.
I got one helper.
Personally gonna take care of that, so she's gonna be multimodal. Thursday, there's a planning commission meeting, regular scheduled planning commission meeting. At 5 o'clock, Whitefish High School will be doing their yearly presentations of ideas. If you don't know that, we 3 years ago brought Whitefish High School into this process, and they've been involved in much different ways. And one of the things they're gonna do is they're gonna report their senior papers on ideas for the growth policy. Super fun if you go. Then CZB at 6 o'clock, we'll be having a work session. What do we want to call it? 6 o'clock. They'll be
summarizing
the
same stuff that might have been part of the open house, but just specifically to the planning commission to allow you guys to ask questions, answer questions.
They'll be familiarizing yourself with the way the land use element's gonna work. So the land use element is in the process. We've seen it. It's still internal, and CCP is right now considered a part of staff. They're working with us right now. So we have the general ideas of it done. We're just going back and forth. They will kind of present that. You won't see it in writing yet, but they will present exactly what that land use element's gonna look like. And then in February, 4th or 5th, you'll see is that right, Dan? February 5th, I think. February 4th, you'll see the first draft of the land use element. Okay, so that's what's happening next week, Wednesday and Thursday. Open house on Wednesday, planning commission meeting, Whitefish High School, yay, on Thursday.
Alan, sounded like the Whitefish, the high school thing might be at a different location.
5 PM, right there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they'll be standing in front of you.
Okay.
Well, okay, enough of that now, lead into the housing element. Yes, ma'am,
There's a TBD on January 21st. I was just curious
we
about
don't know
that.
yet.
Okay,
I mean, we're doing the best we can, you just never know what's gonna happen.
okay.
We're hoping we can not have to use, I'm hoping TBD stays TBD.
Okay.
Right? Enough of that, Madam Chair?
I believe so.
Okay, so now moving into the housing element, just a couple of things I'd like to comment. I've already met with the planning commission, a couple of the chair, and just to sort of make sure they know kind of what I want to clarify, because I think there's been a lot of discussion about this housing element. First of all, I want to talk about population projections because I was already going that way. The updated draft that you're going to see next week, I've already gone through and updated now to 2024. And all our population projections, our demographics and all that, we don't have 2025 yet, because that was last week. But I think that it is correct that our population has been slowing down to about 1% or less a year. Right? So that has already been done. Miss Flowers, where she is, that's already been done. It's already an updated draft. When you get your red copy, We don't think it was a vote of contention, so we didn't red mark it in this version, but when you get it, you'll see it red marked, so you know it changed. So first there's that. I want to emphasize, I think this is important, and we've been saying this consistently, is this housing element, this is not a housing plan or a housing study, okay? A housing plan is what we did with the roadmap. You remember the roadmap? That's a housing plan. That's a strategy of what we're gonna do. The housing study is the 2025 needs assessment that looked at types, number, spread of housing. This is a policy document saying that this is how the city is going to grow over the next 20 years in all of these different ways. And here's our goals and objectives, how to do that, right? The reason why I say that is there's been so much discussion, first of all, about numbers. How many units of housing, whether it's high or whether it's low, and I have no opinion on it, other than I go off of what I've been given. The state of Montana has actually said, this is what you have to do, everybody. They've said, here's what your population is, and they said, here's the number of units that you have to have, okay? The state of Montana says we have to have 7,776 units in 2045. It's here, you can find it, it's linked down there if you want to see it. We've already got 5,700 units, and I know that because I literally counted them. So based on what Montana is telling us, the state of Montana, we need 2,076 units. We can build more. If we build less, I would argue we probably have to have some justification for that, because now we're disagreeing with what Montana is telling us. So that's the first thing, okay? This number of units.
So is that the Department of Commerce number?
That's correct. So the Department of Commerce is telling us, this is what you have to build. So we want to build more than that, that's your policy decision. Yes, sir.
But it's what we have to accommodate building. The state is not dictating that either it or the city of Montana, the city of Whitefish is going to build these.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, you're my bad.
Okay.
The state of, Department of Commerce is saying that 7,776 units are what are necessary by 2045. We're not going, thank you for the clarification, because that is actually some confusion. We don't build housing, so appreciate you for that. So there's that. Those are the numbers. You can argue with them however you wish. Okay, these numbers, these are what have been, these population projections, what we've been saying, if you go back and read the plans, we said we haven't said X amount of units for the most part of this plan. We've said 3,000 to 5,000 people. That's based on a very low growth scenario of less than 1%, that flattening curve, if you remember that discussion, that was exciting and nail biting. And then there was the faster curve with adding the 30% seasonal population. If you do all those numbers, it's 3,000 to 5,000 people over the next 20 years. That's sort of what our milestone is, depending on whatever you want to call that growth scenario. Those numbers have been used by our economic development consultants. They have been used by Ag New Beck, who did the housing needs assessment. Those numbers are being used by our land use consultant. Those are again being provided not only by the state, but if you look at all the population growth, we've done our own numbers in-house, and it all correlates with this. So again, you can do with that as you wish. The thing I really want to mention, though, is back to this policy document, is whether we changing those numbers. The question is, changing these numbers, does that change what the goals and the objectives are? And I think that's, for the sake of to be expedient, really what I ask myself is, does this change the goals and objectives? If you look at our goals and objectives, it's work on the zoning, start working with more lenders, try to do land banking, work with land trusts. Those are our goals and objectives to get more housing here, right? So just changing the numbers, does the public comment, how does that change those goals and objectives? If there's something that's missing, if there's a goal and objective that's not, that changing those numbers or some of the public comment is not generated, that's how this plan is going to be used. That's what we're going to do. We're going to use those goals and objectives for reviewing things, for making work programs, for looking at funding, for where we put our infrastructure. So I think it's important to keep bringing it back to the goals and objectives. That's, for me, for us, that is what this plan is. That's it.
Thank you, Alan. All right, so,
Oh, so the narrative supports the goals and objectives. So basically, we write a bunch of narrative and then those goals and objectives arrive out of that narrative. So that's why you have all that write-up. And when you see the final plan, you're gonna see the front half is all the goals and objectives, the quick and dirty. And then the second part is gonna be all of the background data driving that stuff. So people can see it easily or they can get into the weeds. Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you. So, in just a moment, we'll reopen public comment on this. We had public comment on December 17th on the draft that was provided just before that December 17th meeting. There have been a few edits, very few, just to make things clearer, to add in a few things that were discussed. But since the draft has been changed and maybe there were a few people who didn't get to comment, we will reopen public comment now. What that doesn't mean is for people to rehash and re-say what they said last time. These meetings can go on for hours. We've been here until 10 o'clock, so we'd really hope to not do that. So I ask that you keep your comment to 3 minutes. I don't want to have to time you, but I will if it gets to the point that we need to. So that's our plan, is to have new public comment. If there is something that someone feels very strongly they need to say, you can keep it brief, keep it relevant to this section. And think about what Alan has just said that we've tried to reiterate throughout this whole process is it's a policy document. We're dealing with policy. Numbers will ebb and flow. We want the numbers to be as accurate as possible in here, but what we're mainly dealing with are the goals and objectives. So try to relate whatever you're saying to an actual goal and objective, because we're editing in real time tonight and every night that these meetings happen. So the more clear and concise you can be in telling us, I would like to see this change, instead of just the story of your life, which we do care about, but maybe you said it last time. So try to keep it relevant and short. And with that, I'll open public comment tonight on the housing. Okay, first, go ahead, Rhonda.
So at the last meeting, I had several changes that I suggested to mostly the narrative, but a couple of the goals. And I did hand them out with the rationale behind them. And in the hope that you guys would retain that, because I don't want to go through it again. But since the change, there was a couple of additional things that I'd like to mention, and I don't have a handout for you.
Okay.
On goal 1, page 3B, the term setbacks was removed from the second sentence. And at the housing committee intentionally wanted setbacks to be part of the package that controls for what happens on reduced lot sizes, because we felt that setbacks, height, massing, floor area ratio, and lot coverage requirements were all a thing that maintained that neighborhood integrity. And so we wanted setbacks to be part of that rather than an automatic reduced lot size and reduced setbacks. Because in many cases, unless it's part of all the other considerations, height, massing, lot coverage, you are going to severely impact the homes on either side. And so we wanted setbacks to be in that refinement, and it's been removed. And I think it would be good to put it back in. I think it was removed because it was thought to be redundant, but we think it's important in the second sentence. And if you're going to remove it, it should come out of the first sentence. Because I don't think as a housing committee, we thought there should be automatic setback reductions.
I'm going to ask you to say again, you said page 3E.
Goal 1, page 3B.
B, okay, sorry, I was looking at E.
I think it was removed, because
Okay.
the word setbacks is in that sentence twice.
Correct, but it's in the first sentence, it says across all zones, reduction in lot size and setbacks. That's not what we said. We said across all zones, reduction in lot size with height, massing, floor area ratio, and lot coverage requirements. In other words, those are the refinements that are necessary. Otherwise, you're going to get tiny lots and huge mansions with no setbacks. And so that was what we were trying to avoid, because that's happened. I'm editorializing, but we've seen that all over the country. It's not like, oh, that could happen. That will happen. And, you know, if you don't control for those things, then you're asking for it. On page 4, goal 2. One thing that occurred to me later in talking with community members is that perhaps there should be an E added, which would be to encourage employers to provide a percentage of affordable housing needed by their employees. We can call that out anywhere. We don't talk about employers' responsibilities at all. And many employers in Whitefish are providing housing. There are a number of examples that I could give you, including the brewery liquor store Marcus operation. They have the Locust Lodging, which used to be Cheap Sleep Hotel. Rocky Mountain Lodge has some units for their employees in the back. Abruzzo has the boarding house over by the school where their J1s and other employees live. Whitefish Mountain Resort has identified some hibernation house units for their employees. The Ables have downtown and motel they're using, and also 3 buildings behind the Beverly Lodge. Rouse is building some employee housing, and many small employers provide at least 1 or 2 units. So I think this is something in our community is important, and you do see it in lots of other communities, and we just sort of forgot to put that in there. And I'm not sure if it's goal 2 where it should go, or perhaps somewhere else, but I think that we should definitely put some of the responsibility on the employers who need those employees as a cost of business. You know, they still rent them to them, and still charge them. And then I just would like to see a correction in the narrative about the cost of new rentals coming online, because I just looked, and rentals in new buildings, relatively new, between $1,275 and $1,950 a month, not that $2,300 to $2,400 was the case a few months ago. But we are getting up to 500 new rental units in our community in the next few months or next year, and those rental prices are going to adjust back where they should be. And a lot of that need for rental units is going to be already addressed. So once again, I'm going to say that it's really ownership opportunities that people are talking about when they say we can't afford to live in Whitefish. They mean they can't afford to make Whitefish their long-term home and become part of the community. And that's what I really hope that this element will address. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. All right.
I wanted to make a brief comment. So I really urge the planning commission not to include employer provided housing as a goal. Employer provided housing is something that happens once the city and the housing market fails to provide enough housing. Tying your employment to the place where you can live is a terrible outcome, because if you lose your job, you can also lose your housing. We've all seen how terrible that system works for healthcare. I think applying that to housing is something that has to happen, and I applaud the businesses that create housing for their employees, but that's not a goal, that's a symptom of the problem. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Keegan. Further public comment? John, go ahead.
John Heberling, 42 Crane Marshway, Whitefish. Radical change may be coming to Whitefish. I'm referring to the proposals for mixed-use development, spreading commercial into residential neighborhoods. And we found out at the last meeting that this indeed means everywhere. So this would eliminate purely residential neighborhoods and mix in commercial uses. This would mean that older neighborhoods with quiet, shady streets, north, south, east, and west of downtown would see commercial operations next door. Could be anywhere. Everywhere means anywhere. And this would include the Avenues area, the Dakota Avenue neighborhood, Texas Avenue neighborhood, Luffer, and south all the way to 7th Street, all those areas. So we could see commercial all the way along East 2nd Street up to the high school, maybe a McDonald's by the high school, fast food by the high school. And this is not limited to corners of streets. There could be commercial in the middle of blocks too. Everybody's house in the old neighborhoods is threatened by this. So with the commercial comes more traffic, more noise, more parking place headaches, more bright lights, and less safety for kids crossing streets. Montana legislature has already assaulted these neighborhoods with the requirement that duplexes can be placed on any single family lot. Likewise, alternative dwelling units can be placed on any single family lot now. And this housing policy is proposing smaller lot sizes, so that's more density. I happen to think that's okay, but this is really changing the way of life for the people who live in the avenues and the older neighborhoods around town. So the harm is certain, the benefit is far less certain. I guess there are commercial interests who want to spread commercial into these areas. There must be. But it's really unclear who benefits. This having commercial uses in these neighborhoods will not necessarily create any affordable housing. So there's not any benefit there. And this small but vocal group, Shelter Whitefish, has been advocating for this mixed use idea. And to me, it looks like they're trying to impose some kind of urban lifestyle on a small town in northwest Montana. And I don't think it fits. It certainly doesn't fit for in the view of the people who live in these neighborhoods. And larger groups such as Flathead Families for Responsible Growth with over 400 people, they have opposed this. Citizens for a Better Flathead with 1,500 supporters have already have also opposed this. And one of the things that I thought was most striking about the visioning sessions back in 2024 with over 250 people participating was that the number one value that they picked off a list of proposed values, the top choice was maintain small town feel. And mixed use into these old neighborhoods is clearly contrary to small town feel. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Further public comment? Jamie?
Hi, Jamie Gogan, 117 Washington Avenue. Just like to comment, you know, my mom had a license plate that said plan ahead. And kind of stuck with me, obviously. We are a small and rural community. And I read that book, Factfulness. And it's a fantastic book. I think everybody should pick it up and learn something. And there are factors and elements of our town and our area that are not like other communities. We are a resort town, first and foremost, with incredible amenities, and people dream living in a place like this, all the way from Manhattan. It's true. If I could live in Whitefish, gosh, I could live in Whitefish. I would love that. I remember also driving through the streets of LA when Waze, which is a navigation app, could help you navigate the quickest route to your destination. And it was often through the avenues, if you will, of Los Angeles suburbs. And I remember feeling slightly heartbroken that I'm using this app and I'm going through this neighborhood and people are speeding through, and it is really, truly what it is at this point. But with regard to why that happens in big municipalities like Los Angeles, I mean, I don't think there's really any comparison. It's still a note of caution of what we don't want to be, right? And yet, a McDonald's or a box business, if you will, commercial box business, in our avenues doesn't seem likely. I don't know that the population exists to support those types of businesses. And when I think about mixed use, I think about small things that are meaningful enough to get people to leave their homes But if I could walk to it, I'd rather walk to it. These are not commercial, they're mom and pop owned by community members who are also trying to make a living and support and supply their community with goods and services. And if I don't have to get in my car to go somewhere, I would rather take my dog for a walk, leash him outside, go get my thing, and never have to get on the street in my car. Mixed use in areas that are already developed. I don't really have an opinion about that. Mixed use in areas that are being developed or in the future will be developed. Imagine if there's a community off of Caro Avenue that is developed one day in the future. Should they have to get in their car to drive downtown for a coffee, or can there not be a coffee shop within that neighborhood? If there are apartments built at scale for community members that can afford only so much, and therefore their laundry is not included in their building, whether it's a purchase building like a condominium or something, that there could be a community laundry, a fluff and fold. And I don't know about you guys, but I might like having to get my done at a fluff and fold instead of having to do it myself. And if, again, this is owned by people in our community, just food for thought. Last thing I'd like to reiterate about the fact that this town is different than other communities. Discovery Land is building in Lakeside. Discovery Land, you should look them up, they're big and international. And when people like that start building, speculation all around this valley is bound to happen. And so I hear you on those numbers and that trajectory, but I think it's a little bit different given that we are always going to be insulated from any housing bubble that exists out there. It will never be as bad here. And Discovery Land doing that, developers everywhere, you better believe that their eyes are on the valley, and I happen to know firsthand. It's something to be cognizant of, and the way we plan matters. So that's all I got to say. We are not like other communities. We are special, and we should plan.
Thank you, Jamie. Go ahead, Paul.
It's public comment. So I was thinking about, it's having a multiple use commercial in the neighborhoods around the area. And I guess I kind of looked at it, I mean, I live Summers Avenue and I like walking downtown and I like, I meet some friend at coffee or whatever, and then I stop at the Calgary or get a local friend across the street from coffee traders, or I go to different stores on the way home, Third Street, get something for dinner, and I kind of support the downtown. And I kind of concerned if you're out, if on Second Street in my neighborhood, they put a little convenience bar or a coffee shop, but say coffee shops, that's the romantic idea, which is, it could be a lot of things. But anyway, let's say it's a coffee house. Then I would go down there and I'd meet my friend, then I'd just go home. I would pass the downtown. I wouldn't stop at Third Street Market. I wouldn't stop at the little stores. And I think we need to think about the downtown. We need to support the downtown. I mean, I'm kind of disturbed when I see, let's see, the last year we had Jersey Boy Pizza moved, Central Avenue Bakery out of business, have other places, they just go wrap and roll. I used to like to go there, gone. I mean, the downtown, as far as for, people that live here, our places are disappearing. We need to keep supporting the downtown. If we start spreading out the commercial all over, we're not supporting the downtown area. And I kind of look at downtown now, it's more just tourist focused, and then we have this city office here, of course. And it's so tourist focused. The real downtown or the real place is down south of 13th Street. I mean, south of 13th Street is where you have the grocery stores, you have the Wave, you have Nelson's hardware store, you have the Walgreens right there. And we got the liquor store now down there. But anyway, that's where it's all at. That's where people live and work here. That's where their services are. When you go downtown, yeah, you get some restaurants and so forth, but it's really kind of changed, and I think you have to recognize that. I just hate to see it just get sprawled all over town, but kind of, let's help the downtown.
Thank you, Paul. Yes.
Hi, my name is Agatha Egan. I moved here about 2 years ago from Summit County, Utah, which we all knew is absolutely not affordable at all. One of the things I really like about Whitefish that we have the luxury of is lots of space around town. We have a lot of open space, a lot of agricultural land, and that is really a blessing that we have here in town. And as we continue to look at housing development, I encourage us to, as we're thinking about greenfield development on the outside of town, also remember it's really important to have a diversity of development strategies and infill development in specifically. Park City had neighborhoods popping up, we encountered traffic, you can't drive anywhere, and the issue has only magnified. Affordability has not increased, people are driving to the Safeway, to Smith's from across the town, and it's really become a significant issue. We have this opportunity to plan for our land surrounding the town now, and it's okay to build housing. I want to emphasize that, but I really want to also emphasize the importance of looking at the space that's already within our city limits for that housing first, before we expand out to these open spaces as we're considering our land use strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Jenna Hunt, and I would like to talk a little bit about kind of what I'm seeing here. I know our generation, public service is important. We are here to listen and to learn and to be open. And what I see the dynamics here and what I hear is almost we need to preserve what we have. We want, with all due respect, we want the downtown, we want our neighborhoods, we want all those things. I think that's valid, but I think we also need to, I've watched these meetings and I'm concerned that we have educated, amazing, talented people in the youth, advocates, ideas that are coming up that are being not heard, they're being not encouraged. And I think it's a grave, grave, grave mistake. I think James commented about planning ahead, looking at, what's happening in some of the resort towns. I think we have to do an about face in, yes, looking at what this town is now and respecting that, but also understanding that because people have different ideas, they're educated, they know that we have got to listen. You might not agree, but you have got to let that go in, because if we do not, we are going to end up with some very, very serious problems and unable to address them because we missed the boat. I am a believer in mixed use. I think that infill is necessary. Sprawl, we're taking away from why we all live in this community. We need to do that if we can do that. And I think the biggest concern that I have, or the worry, I guess, that I have, is that there are people who, I am not of the belief that I don't want my kids and grandkids to live in the community and the communities that we have. I think it's very important to community do that and not just say, well, once, self-preserving our generation of how we have been able to live here. I think that's dangerous. I think what we really want is diversity. We want young people, and we want to make, I know everyone says we want affordable housing, but that comes at a cost that maybe we can't self-preserve what we have. And we need to work with people and get new ideas and honor those ideas and make those people, whether we agree or disagree with them, really listen and make them feel that they're heard. Because I think it's a tragedy if we don't. And I think that's truly what public service is about. It's not about self-preservation. I believe it's about learning, and I had a whole thing, and then I was just listening, and I'm like, okay. But I don't think it's about protecting what we already have, or about shaking our heads when someone has a new idea or feeling defensive about that. I think it's really about protecting what we need to become and planning for that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jenna. Further public comment on housing? Richard.
Rich Gildner. I just want to say, and you'd all be disappointed if I didn't mention wildfire. So I am going to, but in all seriousness, we are not a fire adapted community. But as we plan in the future, as we grow, there are steps that we can take to become more fire adapted. And we must take that into consideration. Otherwise, when the fire comes, and it will, we don't want the whole place to burn down. And we need to be prepared in our planning now and in setbacks, side yards, front yards, building materials, all of those things will play into that. But we need to incorporate the idea that we need to become more fire adapted as we plan our growth.
Thank you, Richard. There's public comment. Daniel?
Yes, Daniel Sitter again, Housing Whitefish. I first just want to say I really appreciate the inclusion of equitably distributed homes throughout the city. I think that is very important that no neighborhood should, one, experience rapid change, but also that no neighborhood should be exempt from change. I think that is equitably distributing homes and across the city is a very good goal and thing to add. So I appreciate that that was added back into the plan. I think just another part here is continuing to set the conditions. And I know we've talked about this, and I do think that a lot of the goals and objectives here will help to set the conditions for people to continue to develop. I do think that one of the overarching themes in my experience in Whitefish is can kind of be summed up with preserve and protect. Preserve and protect, and you can take that however you'd like. A lot of people interpret that, but it feels like preserve and protect is a very core value. And preserve and protect doesn't necessarily empower people on the margins that might be struggling or trying to gain a foothold in this community or are trying to continue to live here. And so I think as we continue how we can maybe adjust from preserve and protect, I think those are very valid. But maybe we can also think about that in terms of the community members that are on the margins. How can we preserve and protect their dignity and their ability to be in this community? And lastly, I just want to assure you that regardless of what is adopted in this plan, for One Housing Whitefish, we will be here continuing to partner with the city. We will be here continuing to try to meet the goals and objectives, partner collaboratively with all of our organizations. Our mission and our goal is really to advance housing affordability so that more people can continue to live here. We are collaborative, we are here to partner, we're here as a resource. And if we don't agree with something that's in the plan, we also assure you that we will be here, continuing to advocate for policies and things that we think should be included. We know that this plan will continue to be updated. And so just appreciate the time and effort and also just things to think about.
Thank you, Daniel. Further public comment? Yes.
I'm Mary Beth Moran, 604 Getty's Avenue, Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Planet Valley. I deeply appreciate all of the thought that's going into this policy and encourage the group to, as they develop it, look at the procedures and processes that accompany it to, and maybe keep an open mind to how we can be really transparent and inclusive in those procedures and processes also as we develop the policy goals.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Further public comment on housing? Toby, go ahead.
A couple of points to make. Toby Scott, if they didn't know already. The affordable housing is a direct result of the owner's desire. And by that, I mean that each owner, if they have a house that they say, oh, I want to rent this house out, they can look and say, oh, well, I think it's worth $1,500. But they might go to a landlord company or property management. They'll go, hey, you know, you could get $3,000 for that. Do those people need that extra $1,500? I would, you know, if there's a way that we could encourage people to be a little bit more benevolent in their rental rate chargings. And I've seen it from Bozeman to here, where, oh gee, I had to move. My 3-bedroom house was changing the rent from 2,000 to 3,300 for no apparent reason other than they wanted to make more money. So that's something that there's a way that, through the course of the policy, we can't tell people what to do. But, perhaps some way of broadcasting that, hey, we can get affordable housing, it's just lower your rent. That's one thing. And then as far as the mixed use development, I'm in favor of it under the circumstances of very judicious permitting for it. In other words, if you say, we've got to focus everything in downtown Whitefish, that means that Alpine Market has to go because it's not downtown. And the chop shop next to it, it's not downtown. And a place where I would say would be a very good place to have something like a coffee shop, a little Alpine Market, is out near the soccer fields and the baseball fields out there. Because I doubt that anybody that lives in that large development is going to walk all the way into town. And I'll bet that they would really appreciate a place like that. And we've had it in town very sparsely here and there. Those of you that remember Old Town, there's a place called Quickies, which is a great little sandwich shop. There's still a couple other little businesses over there, a yarn shop, and a couple things like that. I think there's a hostel. I'm not saying to put a McDonald's in, at the corner of Summers and 3rd Avenue or something like that, or 3rd Street. But it should be kept into consideration because there are places, as you said, if there's a development out on Carroll Avenue, you have to get in their car to come into town. But if we allow a 7-Eleven type, but not a 7-Eleven, an Alpine Market or the gas station that's out there, something like that, that's sort of what I would call a prudent, judicious, mixed use. So.
Thank you, Toby. Further public comment? Yes.
My name's Dick Sullivan, and I've lived here quite a while and used to work in construction. And I think all the numbers we worry about, we shouldn't even worry about them. Because at some point, the economy's gonna go bad, and I've seen millionaires leave here and lose everything they had. Frank's seen them, Richard's seen them, Rhonda's seen them. And you couldn't give a house away to rent out. And I think you really have to keep that in mind, that when you have this goal set that you have to meet, and within a year it could go south. And it always comes back, but for a long time there, you couldn't buy a job in construction. And that, a lot of people just left everything they had. And so I think it's just good to remember that other things can happen other than what we've seen in the last 8 or 9 years.
Thank you. Any further public comment on housing? Do we have anyone online, Dave?
Nathan, you can unmute your mic.
Well, thank you, Dave. Thanks, Whitney. And I'm going to go 2 different directions here. Bear with me for this first one. It'll be quick, but I just want to name 4 random cities from around the country: Stockton, California, Rochester, New York, St. Cloud, Minnesota, and Youngstown, Ohio, which happens to be kind of where I'm from. Think about those small towns or cities. Ooh, I hear an echo on myself. Think about what your first answer was there. The thing that those places have in common with Whitefish is that they are the 10th or 11th most populous cities in their state. Is Whitefish a small town on a national scale? Yes, absolutely. But Whitefish is one of the biggest cities in Montana. It's in the top 2% of cities by population in Montana. And I think that we need to recognize that. I think that the context matters. I'm still hearing an echo. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine to us, Nathan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll try to ignore it. So I was, so yeah, 20, 30-year-olds, mid 30-year-olds, washed up election losers. Like maybe you don't care about us. I get it. We're annoying, but maybe you care about kids in the community. We hear all the time about families and how we want more families. And I was reading a book called The Anxious Generation the other day, and this is not a book about zoning. This is not a book about housing. This is a book about why in the early 2010s did adolescent rates of depression, anxiety, self-harm, suicide rise sharply. And basically the author's premise is that it was because of a transition from a play-based childhood to a phone-based childhood. I think as adults, we're not immune from that either. I installed a landline the other day, so please like call me on that. If you want to talk to me, I'm not really interested in looking at my phone all day texting, but I wanted to read just a quick passage here that kind of just hit me like a ton of bricks when I was reading it, because again, I was not expecting to see this here. Design and zone public space with children in mind. If we want children to meet each other face to face and interact with the real world, not just screens, I think this also applies to adults, by the way, editorializing there. The world and its inhabitants have to be accessible to them. A world designed for automobiles is often not one that children find accessible. Cities can blah, blah, blah. They can do a bunch of things. They can install traffic calming measures, and they can change their zoning to allow more mixed use development. Again, this is not a book about housing. This is not a book about mixed use. This is not a book about planning. This is a book about adolescent children, mental health. And as an adult, I think adult mental health as well. When commercial, recreational, and residential establishments are more mashed up together, there's more activity on the street and more places that children can get to on foot or by bike. I'm going to read this part too, because it might be applicable when the whole thing comes back through, even though it's not right now. But one innovative and expensive way that European cities are helping kids and parents to be more sociable is by blocking out the street in front of school for an hour before and after school. Cities can make this happen by easing the street closure permitting process. In our era of declining community and rising loneliness, cities and towns should make it easy for local residents to block off streets for block parties and other social reasons too. When considering transit, this is the important part, last paragraph. When considering transit, zoning laws, permits, and new construction, remember that kids are human beings. They want to be where the action is, easily accessible, mixed-use spaces where everyone, young and old, can hang out, see, be seen, do some playing, shopping, eating, flirting, and when tired, bench sitting, make everyone more engaged with the world beyond the screen. I think that that's vital to have a community, to have a place that feels like a community, no matter how many people live here, no matter what it looks like. We need to be able to connect with each other. Mixed use and more dense housing, more people scale housing is the way to do that. Whether you're a 6-year-old kid or an 86-year-old retiree. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. Anyone else online for public comment on housing?
Anyone else online? Unmute your mic or raise your hand. See anything?
All right. Last call for audience to give public comment on housing. Okay. Thank you all for your comments. We are listening. We do hear them. A lot of good concepts came up, things that fit into all of these different elements. So thank you guys for continually coming back, telling us things. And we're going to really try to work this into the goals and objectives of this section. So now we'll close the public comment on housing. And we're going to turn to our commission discussion on this draft as it is, with the public comment that has been received at the last meeting, previously in writing, the more recent things that are in writing. And we will go through this, discuss, vote on things that are pertinent, motions that are made to make changes or additions or deletions, and then give direction to the staff to create a new version and send it off to city council. So we'll open our commission discussion, and the way that I think is most efficient to do this is to go through the goals and objectives, not necessarily line by line, but as we come to a section, if you have something to say on that section, let us know. Hopefully those will be not just big concepts, but specific things that you would like to say, let's add or delete this. we'll take a vote after a motion and a second, and then that change will be reflected on the screen. Alan is always nice enough to type for us as we go along. Are you ready? Your fingers ready? So thank you. And yeah, can you potentially make that any larger? Thank you. That's great. All right, yes. You can make a motion. Go ahead, Bill.
Motion to appoint Whitney Beckham as a chairperson.
So we're gonna do that. I'll stop you before you move for something that we can't do yet. We'll do that at the 15th meeting on Thursday, because this is technically work session, and then we'll have our actual planning commission community meeting on the 15th, the third Thursday, but thank you for that. And we'll have to do multiple different things at the beginning of the year. So, yeah, thanks, Phil. All right, so we're gonna start with the draft that Alan has provided. Does anyone have discussion or additions for the page number 1? Yes.
I do. So, I just had a question, Alan, about the first sentence or the first little part of the sentence. We encourage a diversity of stable housing types. And I'm just curious, like later on, is that clarified what stable housing types mean? Cause it feels really vague and I don't really know what it means.
I don't have stable housing types listed as a term. I talk about this, I don't want to say this is staff version. We talk about, workers needing to live in the community and rental and ownership. Stable housing types, it's not really a term that.
Okay. So part of me feels like we should X out stable and just say we encourage a diversity of housing types. Cause it goes on then to say we will provide for all demographic segments for population. So that to me feels like that answers that stable. I don't know what the people's thoughts are, but.
As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't change the context.
Okay. So do I motion?
You can make a motion to remove it.
I make a motion to strike stable from that first sentence.
Where is it?
It's on the very
First page.
first page.
It's the vision statement.
Yeah, it's a vision
It's the
statement.
vision statement.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We'll wait for everybody to get to the word stable before we knock it off. Maybe. Everyone ready to vote? Those in favor of removing stable? Okay. Alan, thank you. Okay.
I can understand why it could be problematic.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. And then, let's see. So I also wanted to add, or wanted to talk about, the last sentence of the visioning sentence or, visioning statement. It says, new housing will be complementary to and respectful of existing neighborhoods. And I just want to make a note that this frames existing neighborhoods as sacrosanct, implying new housing must conform rather than evolve. This also means that some neighborhoods are required to absorb all the change and growth, while other neighborhoods are protected from being a part of the community's incremental change. This creates inequity and also creates gentrification when neighborhoods, especially those with the wealthiest members of our community, are allowed to see little to no change in their neighborhoods because they have the organizing power that neighborhoods of poor and middle income earners do not. That bakes inequity into this growth policy. So I would like to strike that sentence there.
The whole sentence?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
I'd like to second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, yeah, discuss.
I'm not so sure I would vote for it, removing the sentence, but, the existing neighborhood concept, the neighborhood characteristic concept, all the small town feel and whatnot is a recurring theme throughout, and it's a recurring theme that has been questioned by dozens of commenters. And either in support or opposition to using those terms. So we can go line by line, and that if we do, that's absolutely fine. But is there a way that we can begin to think about how we're going to talk about those terms, what we're going to do with those terms throughout the document, such that we don't have the same argument
Yeah.
10 times this evening? And if we have to, then great.
So we've done that in the past. We have asked Alan, please strike this term or add this term to join something. He's pretty good at that, I think. And what would you like to add, Alan?
May I?
Yes.
I guess here's my thoughts on this, is in this draft later, I talk about community character, okay? That's a very difficult term, depending on who's saying it. It's also a term of great controversy. That's why I tried to limit that term, community character, and have tried to be more cognizant of just trying to say respecting what's there now. Because what I heard during the vision, it was like one of the top things, what people told was, not just small town character, but preserving. Quaint was the word that was used more than anything else, right? So I'm, I understand what you're saying. That's why I'm sort of squeamish about the term community character, which isn't my decision, and why I went with that term instead. Because I've heard so loudly about we need to protect what's there now. That's why I chose that, not community character.
So thank you for that. And I think that we can have a discussion on the whole on some of these terms that will come up again and again. But then in each line where we will take it out, some of these things are going to be used differently in different contexts. So to say, well, we'll remove the word neighborhood, that's probably not going to happen. But we can definitely talk about sentence per sentence as it comes up. And this will mean that as we go through this, someone will have to say, I would like to talk about that, and we can do that easily. I don't think that that existing neighborhoods would be something that we would, take out of the document without looking, but there will be terms like that will say, this is not a term, or until we define it clearly, which that's been back and forth, that we will at some point have a definition or glossary section that could make some of these things stay in place once they're defined, but they feel odd until they are defined. So this is what we're doing now. I'll weigh my 2 cents in, and then we can discuss further before voting on the motion in the second to remove this. This sentence clearly says, new housing will be complementary to and respectful of existing neighborhoods. I don't find anything that I don't love about that. I think anything that's added, whether it's a business, should be complementary to and respectful of. That to me is the community that we want to live in. So I don't have an issue with this, and I don't think that it's putting any emphasis on existing neighborhoods, because neighborhoods that don't exist, we can't respect or compliment them because they're not there yet. So saying existing neighborhood means a neighborhood that's there, that something would be added to. And we can discuss this further before we vote. Any other thoughts on this? Are we ready to vote?
I have no problems with it. I think it's actually well-drafted sentence and consistent with what we heard from all of the processes. Nobody's against change. They just don't want it to overwhelm it. Complimentary and respectful is part of the process, I think. So anyway, I didn't take it as holding anything sacrosanct and unable to be changed or to be complemented or to be or to be added to. I just didn't read it that way. So,
If I can clarify a little bit here, so I think when I read this, like, the reason I go in this direction is that, you know, over and over and over again, when housing comes in front of planning board or city council, too often, it's about this idea that neighborhoods should not have to change, right? And that the way that the neighborhood exists right now is the right way. And what this ends up doing, right, is that it's much easier to develop in poorer parts of town. So for example, on Edgewood and Colorado, historically is where a lot of our density is gone. Historically is where a lot of people who are poor or middle class have lived. So, you know, I watched how when neighbors showed up during that discussion, and talked about how it would change the environment, it really wasn't listened to. But when other developments of similar density have gone in places, near older neighborhoods, near wealthier neighborhoods, the same arguments around respecting existing neighborhoods are then weaponized to stop housing. And then, so what it ends up doing is that it creates this gentrification effect where it pushes housing where people who are poorer live. It pushes housing into the rural edges of town. And so that's fine if you disagree with me. I just think it's really important that we have this nuanced discussion about these words because it does matter. And words are often weaponized to stop housing for people who are on the margins, for people who haven't been here for decades, who don't already have enough money for a down payment. And so that is all. Thank you.
Do you have a suggestion as to how that could include other neighborhoods? I mean,
I'm open to rewording it for sure. Like I
If it said-
understand the importance of like having those conversations about how it impacts neighborhoods. I just think it's important that if we're using things like respectful and complementary, that we define it in a way that doesn't lead to some neighborhoods not having to absorb any growth and other neighborhoods having to absorb all of the growth. And again, I'm open to discussion around how we could word it differently.
I don't know if this would work or not, or if this would have the same effect, but it was floating in my brain. On the top of page 2, the phrase residential neighborhood quality is used. And I'm wondering if we could use something maybe like that, or if that would have the same effect. On the top of page 2, it's first paragraph, sorry, page 2, it's very long. Right at the top, there's like on the second line there.
Chair.
Yes.
So how would you reword the sentence using neighborhood quality?
New housing. This is tentative here, but will be used to enhance overall neighborhood quality. Or new housing will contribute to neighborhood quality. I didn't make it that far either.
I think there are lots of things we could do, but they're all going to be sort of synonymous with complementary and respectful too. Enhancing quality.
Yes. Well, here on the very first sentence, it says we encourage a diversity of housing types, and maybe we add to that sentence, it says something like, we encourage a diversity of housing types integrated throughout all areas of the city. Then there's a counter statement that balances that.
Yeah, that would work for me.
Then still retaining the last sentence.
Yeah.
So that would address my concern, which is that if we delete that last sentence, it's the equivalent of saying new housing will not be complementary to respectful of existing neighborhoods because we've removed that. So I like the idea of retaining that sentence and modifying it in the way Dave suggested.
Yeah. So
All right, so you can rescind your motion
Yeah, I was here for motion.
and then just make another motion to add, yeah.
I make a motion to add integrated throughout all areas of the city to the visioning statement.
Ellen, I'll second it with enthusiasm this time, as opposed to just.
All right.
I'm highlighting these things only for me later in the future when I have to send all these drafts out. Planning, whoever knows, so I know what's, say on that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Okay, all right, so it will stand as Alan has just written and highlighted it. Thanks, guys. All right, anything further on page number 1? Hopefully we've made it through the visioning visioning statement now. Introduction, first page. Anyone have?
This is a question on, there are several, of course, commenters who submitted over the course of 2 sessions, written comments, some of which are specific line items in there. You want to hear about those?
Yeah,
If
so
I-
if
if I
it's
wanna
something
add it,
that you
okay.
would like to
Got it.
bring up, then go ahead and,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not the second, but just for.
Okay, yeah, in the future. So on this first page, we did have a suggestion and I do like this suggestion. The second paragraph of the introduction, the city of Whitefish is experiencing. And then, the portion of that second sentence, high demand coupled with low supply. And there was a suggestion to add of affordable housing instead of just low supply, a low supply of affordable housing. So that is a thing to consider here.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with the sentiment. I think that's what the focus of this is, but if we're going off the housing needs assessment, it addresses both affordable housing needs as well as general housing needs. I'm not happy to focus on that here, but that is a fact that we have a need for both affordable housing and market-driven housing. At least what I've seen is that what we get is, plenty of market-driven housing, but not the affordable housing. I think adding an emphasis to that is a good thing.
Could we say like housing that local, like, cause I think that there's a deed restricted portion of this, but there's also people who make local wages who don't qualify for deed restricted affordable housing that aren't currently met by that market. So does it feel like housing that, I don't know if locals can afford? I don't know if there's a better ways to phrase that to kind of to make it all encompassing.
Attainable housing is the term we've used for that.
Attainable housing, so affordable and attainable housing.
Right.
So we just say attainable,
But wouldn't that,
I mean,
obtainable, assume affordable?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
But, okay, I'm just fishing here. I'm looking at goal 1. It says, with the 25 housing assessment, achieve an adequate supply of housing equitably distributed throughout the city for all income levels. Does that makes
sorry, where are you under goal 1?
goal 1?
Page.
That
Okay,
makes sense.
That's the crux of it, is the goal, right? Not necessarily the narrative, so.
Okay.
so here we're dealing with high demand coupled with a low supply of attainable housing. So I'll make a motion to add after low supply of attainable housing.
I'll second that.
All in favor? All right, thank you, Alan. Okay. Anything further on the first page? Okay. So page number 2, we have our first goal. That's been edited and rewritten a couple times as it is. Any suggestions on that actual goal itself, number 1, or the narrative? Okay. So the objectives under the goal, this is on this, B2. This is where we just had, go ahead, yes.
Just so you knows, by the way, not to try it, the narrative stuff is also new, that's why I trademarked it.
Yeah.
That stuff I had to go back, so you guys know,
Mhm.
that stuff I had to go back and retrofit in for the record.
Okay, so I've read all of that new narrative. Has everyone else? Yeah. And we've received public comment on that at this point, so I think we're good to go.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't added by the community, that was added by me.
Yeah,
Because
no, for sure.
right, because we had 2 goals and then we went to 6, so I had to
Yes,
fix all that.
re-narrate. Thank you. All right, so, there was some question about what the housing committee had wanted to do with setbacks under this B2. And what I'm understanding from the public comment tonight, reducing minimum lot sizes and setbacks, they did not want to add the setback at the beginning and wanted, hold on, I'm reading this as we go. Yes, go
The
ahead.
setback,
Want to delete the second time using.
the second use of setbacks, they did not want to delete that
Okay.
because it is part of the requirements to ensure neighborhood compatibility. We've reducing minimum lot sizes and setbacks is the point of that whole bullet and including that. So I think the point was you don't have to get rid of setbacks in the description about the requirements. Even if you're gonna reduce setbacks, for instance, they still matter.
Okay.
So I think that's what
So it wasn't duplicative, in other words.
it wasn't, it was two different uses of the same.
They were absolutely correct. I read that as, they missed that,
Put it
added
again.
that twice.
Okay,
There's no staff opposition to that.
so I'll make a motion
Purely
to
just-
add the setback back in.
Yeah.
Undo the delete. All right, all in favor? Thanks. All right, and you guys jump in if you have any thing to talk about on this page number 3, goal number 1, the objectives. There was some question, and I'm unclear, so I actually have a question about this. On C, mitigating the impact of short-term rental market. That I think this is very clear later on in the narrative, but here, is it possible to terminate, a short-term rental permit if their fee is not paid? Is that something that can happen?
They would not be issued a permit if they didn't pay.
Okay. So they pay it once
They pay annually,
annually, okay,
and it's a registration.
okay. So that's a given, that's already happening. Okay,
Yes, so, but if they do not apply for a registration, and are operating, then
okay. All right, so that is a non-issue, but we had a question about it. Anything else on objectives, goal number 1? Okay. We'll move on to goal number 2, page number 4. Anything there? Okay. I think we should have a discussion here about employers providing housing. Since that was a new public comment and we've kind of had both sides of it. Yes, it's good, but encouraging it may not be. That, to my knowledge, was not mentioned as a goal or an objective ever. It's been mentioned in the narrative and somewhere in some element, we talked about employers' housing with the workforce. But I don't know if it was even in.
To be above that, on
Mhm.
page 5, we just talk about changing the regulations with regard to single room occupancy developments, which is often the type of employee housing that's created.
Okay,
So we do address it peripherally on page 5.
Top of 5, item 3.
So, yeah, I mean, we have a goal that basically is encouraging, reducing some of the restrictions that would prohibit that type of employee housing.
Mhm.
But we don't address it otherwise specifically.
So perhaps that fits both of our comments tonight then. I want to be sure that we're inclusive and listening to both sides. If we're saying this is a way to encourage that to happen, but not directly calling out and asking employers to do it, then we're maintaining the ability to do it, but not saying lose your house, lose your job, because we're encouraging that. And there may be a way that, that we can figure out how to encourage that through this objective. If anybody has a suggestion on making that, or if anybody would like to make that more forceful in encouraging that for workforce housing.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it does say encourage and allow already.
Mhm.
I don't know how I would modify it. Mike,
I mean, if we did want to push it forward, it would be something like support.
Mhm.
What the city could possibly do to help support that, I don't know, and just as a goal or an objective.
I mean, you
And
could
whether
add,
we want to do it is.
add to the beginning of that first sentence, say like the support employee housing, including revising definition.
That's the thing, it doesn't have the word employee, so we're not at all calling out employers or requesting that. We're just saying make it possible in parts of the city. So I like the idea of adding the word employee. And Dana,
Sorry.
If you just wanna let you know that employer housing is addressed in the 2022 roadmap that you do have as part of your goal number 1, so.
okay,
It is all, it's so many different action items in that plan that it's fine, I'm whatever you guys do here, but just so you know, there's an action item that actually addressed
Okay.
in that plan related to employers.
Which objective were we on? I'm sorry.
so we're,
D3.
D3, yeah,
And you're
top of
asking,
page
you're
5.
saying add a word?
Dave, could you
Try
read
that
that?
again.
I was just saying at the beginning, if you guys wanted to add something about that, based on Rhonda's comment, that you could say, support employee housing, including revising definitions and standards. Change the allowed.
So while he's making that sentence flow better,
More employee housing, including revising definitions or standards to encourage and allow alternative housing partners in various districts for local such as, it has door towards the word.
can we say support and encourage employee housing?
Yeah.
Through. All right, so I'll move that we add this to make that more directed. More directed towards supporting employee housing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, no, abstaining.
Get that to let Michelle know if it happened, honestly, or not, so
Okay.
she can write up that.
I'm gonna abstain just because
Yeah, I was still checking in with her. Okay, so it passes, and do you need to know who did not? Mallory, yeah, 6-1.
Yeah, with.
Mallory made this face at me.
Sorry.
Yes.
In legislative material, matters, can we abstain? We said we couldn't abstain in quasi judicial. That was in our welcome
Yeah,
session.
so I don't think there's any need to try to abstain.
This is more direction to
Yeah.
staff.
Okay, well, that's all right.
This is legislative.
So it's okay to abstain.
It could.
It's fine, I won't abstain, I'll just take a vote.
Oh, I didn't know. I just want to make sure it was.
Yeah, no.
Fine. This is,
We're just
it's passed.
saying we like it, we don't. All right. Okay, so it stays. Michelle, you're good?
Stays over me.
Yes.
Wait.
Well, it stays as an against. Yeah.
Would-
Trying to get-
Yes,
Yes,
I apologize for standing up.
that's okay.
Been sitting all day.
You're more authoritative now. Thank you.
What, that wasn't meant to be that, was still what I said. Standing 12 hours a day, or sitting.
All right. Anything, anything closer to your bedtime? Sorry, I just
Oh,
figured
sorry.
that. Anything further? We're moving on to goal number 3.
Could
So we have, yes,
Whitney, could we have the discussion around, existing neighborhood character right now, or do we want to wait? Because, in goal 2, there is existing neighborhood character.
okay.
So I'm just wondering if we have that discussion now, or what feels.
Yeah, so let's look at exactly where it is in goal 2, so we can talk about it in context, and then also, okay.
So it says an objective, 2A, promote a variety of needed housing types that can provide housing options to increase density in both new and existing neighborhoods, such as small single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, multiplexes, apartments, townhomes, and accessory dwelling units while respecting existing neighborhood character.
Okay. So, I guess, yeah, whatever you would like to say around
Okay,
that in the
so-
context for the water.
So I can understand, there is this aversion to density in single-family homes, and so existing neighborhood character is often used to deny housing that is more dense. Often the argument is that it doesn't match with the size and scale of homes. There's lots of ways to make density fit in neighborhoods where density matches more of the scale and size of homes, but there is also the argument that we want to allow our neighborhoods to adapt and change over time. So I just want to have a more nuanced discussion around existing neighborhood character, because existing neighborhood character often is used to deny housing, housing that is often needed, whether it be apartments or smaller apartment buildings. And so I would just like to open up the conversation. If we don't strike it, I would be open to having, something around like, while allowing, a neighborhood to, let me think about this, like, while allowing a neighborhood to incrementally change over time, ensuring that the density is not out of size or scale with the existing neighborhood. Because in some of our single family home neighborhoods, we have these McMansions, right, that are 5,000, 6,000 square feet. And you could easily have a fourplex, a small apartment building in the equal size of 6,000 square feet. And so I just want to have some clarity there.
Okay, that's a good example. Yeah, because that, I guess, from my perspective, when you started and you're like size and scale, those are neighborhood characters. Yeah, I keep going back to what we heard overwhelmingly in the visioning sessions in the beginning of this whole process. And then what the previous growth policy had encompassed that, for the past 8 years on the planning board, it's been, does this fit with neighborhood character? Like, that's been the crux of things, whether it's a business or whatever. Is it matching neighborhood character? And so it has been used a lot to say, no, this cannot be here. So I guess my issue is in the visioning session, we just overwhelmingly heard, we want to preserve neighborhood character. So there has to be some middle ground of, we've asked about defining neighborhood character. That's really hard to do. I'm not a fan of taking this out here or anywhere, because I think there are ways to add density and add housing and respect the neighborhood character. I think there are ways to do that. not with saying we're removing neighborhood character, because that's overwhelmingly what we heard. People want to preserve neighborhood character. So,
Madam Chair,
yes.
can I ask a question of staff?
Mhm.
So, does the move to a form-based code address that balance? I mean, that's my question.
I mean, we're looking at things like place types and, certain potential overlays of some of the existing traditional neighborhoods that we try to be more respectful at, as well as a form-based code. Because so if, somebody wanted to put an apartment building in there, they would have to respect the scale and the type of housing. So it at least looks like it fits into the neighborhood and doesn't, you don't take 3 or 4 lots, consolidate them and then build a giant building that doesn't fit with the character. And our architectural review standards discuss that. We have a lot of protections in our code against that kind of thing. It doesn't mean it can't completely happen because the state's eliminating some of our things that we can do with architectural review. But in a sense, that character is part of that thing with the form-based code. We're looking more at the character and how it fits rather than the use for, specifically.
I would be concerned again that if we deleted it, it could be interpreted as not respecting existing neighborhood character. Since it was there, but, no, I'm sorry, I'm playing.
I kept dancing on eggshells on this one. Again, I give a description, there's no agreed upon definition. It's been used for good and evil. You could soften it down and by, again, saying, well, respecting existing neighborhoods and leave out the word character. Because when you say respecting existing neighborhoods, then you're not saying it can't go there, but you're saying you gotta look at your lighting, you gotta look at the size of the house, you gotta look at the massing, you gotta look at where your front entrances are located. You don't want 3 doors, you should have 1 door. It's a little softer language. But and speaking personally, I've not been a fan of the word your neighborhood character, but I've heard that overwhelmingly. That was one of the biggest things I heard in the vision. Was neighborhood character, Whitefish character of the neighborhood.
Couldn't you say conforming to the neighborhood's character?
That might be,
You could, I'm not touching this one.
That would be stronger.
yeah.
Well,
Well, and there's a lot of leeway also in respecting existing neighborhood character. When you say respecting, that doesn't mean it has to match exactly. And we've seen that happen multiple times, where it's what some people would call complimentary or respecting, and then the next person looks at it and says, that's not at all what this looked like before. We have a lot of old brick buildings on Second Street in downtown that went, and we said, yes, in the process, and then suddenly something much grander with, a lot of corrugated metal that didn't look at all, but somehow it conformed to that character. And that's not neighborhood, that's commercial. But that definition has been bent to serve purposes both ways. So saying respecting to me doesn't mean matching exactly. And I personally, and throughout the history of my time in Whitefish and doing anything with this commission, board, planning committee, have not been offended by existing neighborhood character. And I haven't heard of things that have been excluded because they don't match, as much as I've heard of things that have been conformed to match and the neighborhood has appreciated it once it's gone in. So that's my thought on that.
This term gets contorted, for all kinds of reasons. In my view, it's neighborhood character, is not the same as not in my backyard, certainly under this code's policy, nor is it with respect to, the zoning that will come after it, because of the requirements. So, I kind of, And again, if we end up with a form-based, zoning code, we're gonna allow that 6,000 square foot McMansion that is in over in the avenues is like, that could still be built. There's no requirement, nobody's required to put an apartment building on any lot. So I don't think that, it doesn't offend me. I have my problems with it, but I don't know how to manage around it.
Yeah, and I think like I come at this from understanding the history of housing and the way that language has been weaponized both in code and in process. And so that's where I come at this from, you know, like redlining, using the words such as existing neighborhood character led to loans not being allowed to be utilized by people of color and poor people. So I just think we have to be intentional with our words and our documents, and that's fine if you disagree, but that is where I'm coming from. This language continuously gets utilized to deny housing that low and middle class people can afford. And so I just, again, like that seems to be my role in this, on this planning board, is to kind of bring to light the history of housing and the history of terms and the way that it can be weaponized. And like, you know, the way things have always been done really isn't working for like low and middle income people. And while existing neighborhood character comes up over and over again, also what comes up is we want a community in which people of all economic classes are able to live within our neighborhoods. And so when existing neighborhood character is weaponized to stop housing, that kind of flies in the face of wanting a town that is more economically diverse. So again, I just want this to be on the record for the reasons why I think that existing neighborhood character, if there's a different way that we can talk about these things, we should. In my perfect world, we would strike existing neighborhood character, community character out, and we would define it in much more specific terms, so that these kind of words can't be weaponized to stop housing for people in my community.
So
Yeah.
what word would you use instead?
I mean, I'd be open to workshopping it, but I think kind of having the conversation about like incremental development, because when you say, while respecting existing neighborhood character, often what happens is that the neighborhoods that we have kind of zoned for density, that just overwhelmingly continues to get more and more density because that's like the existing neighborhood character. And it doesn't really allow for other neighborhoods to slowly change over time, because of existing neighborhood character over and over again. I live on the avenue. I live on Kalispell Ave, and I know that there are people in my neighborhood that would utilize existing neighborhood character to stop, you know, a small apartment building where we live, because historically it's single family homes, right? So.
Is neighborhood character itself kind of a loaded term?
Yeah, historically.
Would something more neutral, like even, I know we backed away from the synonyms that would be on the first paragraph there, but something more neutral in that space?
I mean, are we
Would that
talking
be
form
kind
and
of a-
function? Are we
Yeah.
talking ambiance and then, you know, I mean,
Well, that's where we're gonna have to
that's a
decide
place.
defining the,
Right.
Well, it could be defined so many ways.
and yeah, I mean, these are things that we may or may not have time to like workshop. I would love to do that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to have a workshop outside of a workshop. Does anybody know?
And I can bring my comments to council.
Yeah.
Like I can
For
workshop
sure.
it and bring it to council.
I just, you know, in this setting, we either have to have an alternative, leave it, or remove it.
Are we
So,
defining?
or, well, but how are we gonna, every time we talk about defining, it's like, we'll have definitions later.
I'm just saying.
So, yeah, no, and I love
How
that.
do you define it?
I want to, I just don't know, if we're always
It's not
told
a
like,
term to define.
this is something that will happen later when Alan gets to it and he doesn't Can you let us define it?
The glossary that's gonna eventually happen,
Mhm.
I would avoid trying to define human character.
Yeah, no, well,
Or
okay,
neighborhood character, I would avoid trying to define that.
okay,
I don't know, I mean, I'm not saying can't do it. I would not be able to come up with a definition that everybody liked. I can't.
yeah,
I mean, there's, this, it's exactly right? That is a loaded term. It's one of those things that I know is a strong value of the community and has a lot of strong feelings about it. And I understand the history behind it. And I added it because that's what the community has been saying.
Mhm.
And I'm hoping that all the goals and that the overall intent of this housing element describes that that's not what we're trying to do. And where staff is recommending adding in the language about integrating diversity of housing throughout the community hopes to get us there.
This is, this whole objective, the wording of the objective, we're dealing with the last two words. But the wording of the whole objective A is exactly opposite of what, it's exactly what we're wanting to do, I think, all of us. So just that one word is the hangup, but this objective itself is exactly what you don't like about community character. Right.
Well, and it's like, I think it was more just like a broad discussion of the
Yeah.
phrase being utilized in the document.
I understand, I understand.
No, and I know, I just wanted to bring it to public record, right?
For sure.
So this is where I'm coming at it.
And I do think it's something we can flag, whether, it will be flagged now. It'll be in red.
And every time it comes up,
And it,
look at the context of it.
It's not in.
I mean, in this,
If we,
no, you're right, in this particular sentence, it's pretty balanced. It talks about integrating density in existing neighborhoods,
yeah,
so it's basically promoting that. And if somebody would try to challenge something with that goal, it's like, well, it does say you want to integrate it.
But each person is going
So,
to, look at the word character in their own way. It's not just one word that means everything.
yeah.
Everyone's gonna have a different interpretation.
So I'm going to make a motion that we, that we leave it as is. And then continue to have that discussion if you want with council. Bring it up in the definition and glossary. If it could be defined, you might get some sort of a Nobel Peace Prize. But we should try. Yes,
Could I
Margaret.
quick jump in? I just really loved residential neighborhood quality on page 2, and maybe I'm just a little too hung up on that. But, could that be used as a substitute, to create quality neighborhoods? Yeah, so how would you phrase that, do you think?
Existing. It's damn.
instead of character, you just substitute the word quality. Is that right?
Maintaining words.
You could do that. I was gonna say promote to create quality neighborhoods. I think that might be.
Maintain existing neighborhood quality
Yeah.
instead of respect. I mean, it maintains, in a way, it's a little stronger, but the quality aspect, it might be kicking the can down the road. Just saying neighborhood quality versus neighborhood character. I think I like the phrase better also. I agree with you, but it still needs to be defined.
I think
Can I offer something? I hate drafting on the fly, but what I think we mean is respecting the scale and operations of our existing neighborhoods.
Form and the function.
The form and the function of our existing neighborhoods. And that, I think is that more consistent with what you were trying to get?
Kinda, right? So multiplex apartments, they can still fit within the
Sure.
neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
With form and scale. And I think that's more clear than existing neighborhood character.
Yeah, I got a suggestion.
Sure.
Common use, planning term is scale and massing.
Scale what?
Scale and massing.
But I
I mean,
like, yeah, I like
Not about-
operation because operation is residential, if that's what, so I don't like just scale and massing because that could
That's what we're looking at. My
Character,
perception
yeah.
is, when we talk about character, we're talking about how a neighborhood actually operates.
exactly.
And that's what we want to preserve, is the operation of that neighborhood and how it communicates with each other and how it integrates with each other. That's what I think we're really talking about. So it was my word, so I like it.
Could you give me that again, so I could write it down?
The way I would, if I was gonna redraft this, I would say, while respecting, existing neighborhood scale and operation.
I'll second that.
Question for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
So does that capture the meaning that will be created by the new form-based code? Or does it run contrary?
It's contrary to.
That's what I would, that's my
Well, because
concern.
isn't form-based where you kind of match the form and scale, right? And
No, what we're gonna have is not gonna be a pure form-based code.
okay.
Okay, you've got. Not dragging this out, you've got Euclidean on one side, all based on use. You've got form on the other side, not based on use at all, based on the way that it's built. And then generally, everybody falls somewhere in that spectrum. So operation is what you're talking about, that's use. Form, so the code that we're gonna have will probably talk about, that you can't build a 6,000 square foot house next to a 2,000 square foot house. That the house, stop me if I'm wrong, that the respective height will be consistent with the respective heights, that the architecture will be somewhat similar and not strikingly different. That's what we'll be working on with a form-based code, and at the same time, the uses, we're gonna see less hyper Euclideanism. You know, we have 200 different defined uses here in the town. You're gonna see those drawn into more generalized, focusing on the function more than bakery, coffee shop. Does that make sense?
Okay, do we want to say, well, respecting the existing operations?
I don't understand.
Well, that's, I mean, that seems like it's equivalent to use, which is,
Well, we want,
Say land use, existing land use and neighborhood land use and scale.
at least my perspective is, I clearly want a residential neighborhood that operates like a residential neighborhood. Apartments are part of residential. Multiplexes are part of residential. They would be complementary in any single family residential area. At least in my reading this thing, if they operate like, look like, and function like within that neighborhood as a residential neighborhood, I quite frankly, I think that's what we ought to be inviting.
Why don't you just say environment?
How about form and function?
Okay, fine.
I still just like neighborhood character, because I think it embraces all of this, and then we're gonna do zoning to specify, this whole sentence to me knocks out anything that could be negative about character, saying the opposite, wanting to be inclusionary in all neighborhoods and everywhere.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with using the word appearance?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with,
yeah.
the function of the building. Yeah, so it could appear to be
Or
something,
are we dictating something?
Since this is the housing
good
section,
policy for
since
housing.
this is the housing section, I don't think that, I mean, I don't have a problem with saying form and function because it's all housing anyways. This does not address the big question, mixed use, commercial, the land use aspect, because this is just about housing. Or at least it should be. That, again, that's kicking the can down the road a bit about land use, but so be it. At least we can get through housing by form and function, or what can we motion?
I will make a motion to add form and function,
Second it.
as substitute for character.
System with form and function.
In this one spot, and then
Yeah. I mean,
this is a
I had
whole,
to have the conversation again.
and this is a huge, big conversation. Because this has been the overriding theme of
Oh,
growth policies forever, so,
I agree.
yeah.
My motion is as much, I truly do appreciate this. Historically, neighborhood character has been used in some very dubious ways in times that thankfully most of us have not lived through. But I understand why we want, why, let's just choose something else. You know, it's the reason we don't use the N-word anymore, because we just don't do that. So at least that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to replace character with form and function, as Alan has written here.
So I would just, one comment.
Go ahead.
I am very reluctant to change this phrase just because it was so universally, stated by the majority of people responding to the surveys that, this is what they want to preserve. That's their understanding. I don't know if that squares with what you're saying. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't project an invidious kind of intention behind what everybody commented and said, but I do think, at least in part, it's our role to reflect what we're hearing from the community. That's my concern about changing.
I feel like at the same time, we also had a lot of people in the last meeting who were concerned about it too.
I
might
have
have
no
been
doubt about that.
more, volume in one setting and more in another, but. I hear you.
No, I understand, I hear what they're saying, right?
Mhm. So let's go ahead and vote on this, knowing that this will give opportunity for this to come up in different settings. We're not gonna vote on it throughout this whole thing, but it will be changed if it passes in this one setting. And then it will be something to be discussed further. Okay. All right, so everyone in favor of changing this as it's reflected up there? Raise your hands. Okay. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it passes. Do you guys oppose?
Oppose.
Okay. Passes 5-2. Michelle, with Boland and Worcester saying no. Okay,
I put snacks in the back just because last time everybody forgot, and I'll give you plates if you want them.
thanks.
Thanks.
All right,
So she's getting way out of whack.
No, I'm really just saying, I just realized you guys are working and you might be getting hungry.
thanks. So we're at 8:15. Let's take a 5-minute break and then come back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Come back. Come back at 8:20.
So it's wrong. You interpreted my.
Very positive. We ran out of time.
That's how social organizations.
No, I think we're, it's just at the very beginning.
You're establishing.
I think it's,
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
we're gonna try and build something. from scratch. But I think I think it's got real. I haven't talked to any person. I haven't talked to anyone who doesn't think all that. I think it's fantastic. Everybody, so. Well, at least for, get it actually built.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a community effort. So, but it's also gonna take people and stuff. So,
Right.
but what we talk about, I think that it needs to happen, because it has to be a very inclusive, housing Whitefish. They need to be integral in that process.
People don't Well, think of that.
So-
And
that's one of the primary issues that I have. Okay, what are the things upon which we can all agree? Separate and apart from this code is not gonna result in any affordable housing. The things that we're doing, and that's because of what the legislature. I mean, it's nothing that anybody in this room or this community has done. The legislature says, you know, you need this amount of housing, right? You know, the federal funding that supports that. It's a good job, right? I agree. So it's like, in my mind, it's like an unfunded mandate. Create affordable housing, but we're not gonna help you. Exactly. We're gonna take away your tools to do it. And so with that kind of an impossible situation, it's got to come from the private sector and groups like, yeah.
If you are up tomorrow morning, 8:30, each of these.
You can't get a loan.
No, I just.
Yeah, no, it is. It's- And
Which, well, I don't know what I was gonna say.
I just.
I respect that. But
But I give you the buzz.
I'll get your demographics up at one point. I'll listen. For sure. No, that's,
Pretty fine.
It's not that, it's not really.
Yeah.
man,
That's just goosebumps, yeah.
well, just when I thought I had the landscape sort of wrapped out.
So that document that.
It's not a simple. Yeah, that is.
I'm just trying to think. Thanks for the heads up.
And then there's a side.
I understand.
So we're not a party.
And all the people that we care about the kids.
You can change it back. You can change it back. I think this addresses that.
Phil.
And I think if we have that discussion.
Well,
What's real?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's going for my.
it's quite. I just see it. I see it. Because everyone's worldwide, that's why it's.
It'll depend on like. when we get that.
I think we should just ask people.
And we'll have an opportunity. What I just did.
So it'll actually go in account.
I think that's a fair question. We'll
You'll
get.
see it beforehand, so you'll know when you. Proves what it's going to.
The housing committee, like they put that in every February.
Why don't you ask them all? What did you?
It's not red one, but Frank is spring the week.
Sorry.
that makes spells. Stroke.
What would.
So,
Right.
And the board is, has room for.
Right.
That's.
Kalispell doesn't currently do.
Yeah, they have Christian control. But they don't have these streets blocked off. Problem with that is 93.
Right, right through the middle of town.
Although there are ways around.
Right.
Whoever they're gonna do.
Barricades, detours for 4 hours. You squeaks a little Friday night.
He's paying us for every time.
Trade it up.
Anytime there's. a-
Well, it certainly helped with business.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Sale and-
And,
You're about 1 day.
we already working on
Screwing up the audio.
I proposed a steering committee to the council of Dallas House.
File. So where would you reroute over trucks?
The trucks, they using the alternate to this point.
Meaning, bypass?
I think of SpongeBob, 3 hours later,
It's been a lot.
2 years later. So all of our members are back, I think. I keep staring at this empty seat, but it's been empty the whole time, right?
Yep.
That book is throwing me off.
It goes.
All right, so we are back from a small break. Thank you for those who have stuck with us and those who have not We'll see you next time. So we have wrapped up goal number 3 from my perspective and are headed into goal number 4. Unless somebody has anything lingering. So starting on goal number 4, page number 6, is there anything?
Could I just hold up
Yes.
on goal number 3 for 1 second? There was some useful written comments that I think I've. So goal 3, D. One commenter has suggested an addition, which sounds interesting, and I just wanted to get it out there so we didn't forget it. So preserve existing affordable rental housing by providing resources for owners to refinance, maintain units, and offer long-term affordability. The suggested addition is explore utilizing current multifamily and naturally affordable rentals to qualify for the Whitefish Legacy Homes program.
Did you say that again?
Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna go slow, because it's.
And Alan's typing as you're speaking, so we can all see as well.
Okay, explore utilizing current multifamily and naturally affordable rentals to qualify for the Whitefish Legacy Homes program.
Can you reference the comment that?
It is comment number, oh, wow, I can't see that. Okay. It is goal 3, D. It is the Shelter WF set of comments on page 52 of the housing element public comment, most recent one from yesterday morning. And it's a little bigger so I can actually see it.
So my question, is this an addition you'd like to make?
That's a very good
This is
question,
it.
right? Okay. Well, I probably just.
You said basically 2?
I've got it as 52 in the yesterday morning's.
It'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, I think it should be. So this is a new idea from Shelter WF, but we suggested if the owner commits to updating buildings without increasing affordability, allowing a certain density bonus would be to be added to the land. Without getting too much into the details, because that is a policy or strategy, that maybe we don't want to get too far into strategy. It's a little dense, and I just didn't want to, it was a new idea, so I didn't want to ignore it.
I can't think of any reason that I would oppose that.
I think mine, like, when I read it, what I think it's trying to say is like, right now, the only people who get to like really utilize the Whitefish Legacy Homes program, right, is like new developments. And so what it seems like it's saying is like, we have some older housing stock that is getting bought up, right?
Yeah.
And going out of the affordability, it's getting like a facelift and then it
We're
essentially
losing it.
becomes unaffordable. And so it sounds like, how could the Whitefish Legacy Homes, so maybe something like explore, adding changes, yeah, exactly, explore utilizing, adding changes to the Whitefish Legacy Homes program to incentivize
Existing homeowners.
existing homeowners, to kind of keep that naturally affordable and deed restricted affordable housing kind of in that affordability. Cause there's a lot of those like LIHTC, apartments that have, you know, come up, lost their like deed restriction after like 30 or 50 years. And so maybe there could be a part in the Legacy Homes program that incentivizes keeping that older housing stock affordable.
And instead of just say explore, Alan, if I could, I'll make a motion for this unless for future, for the purpose of discussion maybe, but instead of explore utilizing, explore allowing.
Yeah. But if you make the motion, I'll second.
So I'll make a motion and then seconded, we can discuss more, move it along. Does that sound okay? Sure. Okay, as Alan wrote it, I would suggest adding that, that sentence to try to move, existing homeowners to take advantage in some way of the legacy homes program. That's my.
Or what about encouraging instead of allowing?
Right now, they can't, there's no vehicle for, right now, there's no vehicle for
You have to
existing
create
homeowners.
incentives that would appeal to somebody with an existing home. Right now, the incentives only appeal to somebody building something new.
So this would be,
Yeah, so you'd have to come up looking at, yeah, and then you'd have to decide whether, you know, something where they were willing to deed restrict it. Then they would get certain incentives. I don't know if those would be, you know, be financial incentives to fix it up or something like that, if it was hot money. I think that's a really interesting idea. It just did take, you know, really thinking about it with the, you know, either the housing committee or
So
that with the legacy home program, but yeah.
right, so as an objective, the objective is to explore allowing them to do it.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Phil?
And I think the incentives are in the first sentence, right? Refinance, maintain,
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of benefit to an existing homeowner there.
so I'll move to, put that language in as written.
Second,
all right, all in favor of adding this? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you
Thank you.
for adding that. Okay. All right, anything else on 3? We'll move on to page 6, goal number 4. Pursue sustainable financing mechanisms and programs to support the development of community housing. Those objectives. Anything on 4?
why did we strike consider reallocation of resort tax revenue?
We moved that. If you go to, where is it? It was moved to another section.
Is it E1, EI?
It's red marked where it was moved.
That B, and that was moved to that section above, which talks about maintenance. Bit better than that, rather than,
I think that,
It's full for C.
thank you.
Go for what?
the,
C.
yeah, it just got consolidated different.
It's just gonna do is just move to a different section.
Got it.
Fit that.
Thank you.
All right.
Same thing with what's in green with the seek and sponsor federal grants, that was moved to
Under the
another,
maintenance section.
another goal area.
Okay,
Can I?
yes.
So, another comment from Shelter WF was on for adding, F. And what they said is ensure that city-owned land, when used for deed-restricted affordable housing, is leveraged to create the maximum number of affordable homes and create a process for these city-supported developments to receive additional zoning variances. So I think this is interesting because talking to people who are in the nonprofit development space for affordable housing, sometimes zoning can in turn be a barrier to, creating housing that's affordable, like, so I just think this is an interesting addition. So I would like to make a motion to add it, and then maybe if someone seconds, we can have a discussion. What's up?
Red marking, right.
Okay,
I'll second for discussion.
okay. So for example, I've heard, I think, I can't remember who I talked to about one of the developments where some of the process is you have to put all the infrastructure in first. So like sidewalks and parking before you do development. And I might be getting some of those details wrong. And then what happens is through the process of building, they then have to tear up some of that infrastructure to continue, you know, like with the big machines, they build the housing and then they have to go through and redo the infrastructure. And so when I look at this, what I see is like when we have city-owned land, like the snow lot, how are we ensuring that that land and any, you know, resources like that, and how are we supporting developers to make sure that we're not making it more expensive to build affordable housing through some of like the policies?
Well, when you're putting a development in, you put the infrastructure in first to the property line, not going into it.
Right, what I'm saying though is like, if we want to help affordable housing developers specifically, right? To make it as feasible as possible to make this happen. Is there a way to make sure that the policies that we're putting in place don't unintentionally make it harder for them to do it or more
You want
expensive
to
to do
remove
that?
any impediments, but
Yeah. I mean,
And so could you write it so
the
that,
specific example you're talking about was probably the snow lot
Yeah, I
where they
think-
had to do a subdivision
I
because they were doing townhomes. And when you do a subdivision, you have to put all the improvements in
Right.
because each of those individual lots are getting sold separately. And all the improvements need to be in there. And so they had to put in, you know, all the improvements, the sidewalks and parking lot and all the things, and then come in
With
later.
exceptions though, because in
Yeah.
our developers agreement, there were variances that were agreed to by the council in the developers agreement, so there's only one lay of asphalt, not two lays.
okay,
So there will be a second overlay for that parking lot, and then some of the sidewalks, were not put in actually. So we did, through that developers agreement, do some variances that wouldn't typically be done through a developers agreement, but they were, so it went
Okay.
through its little different process.
okay.
But it was our subdivision code that was deviated from our zoning per
Okay.
se, but still.
And so I don't know if like that's something that, like, maybe not wording it that way, but just like ensuring that we're thinking about things like that in policy. Again, I don't know if that's the right wording it, but I wanted to bring it up because I have heard that from people.
I like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. And even if there are examples that we're already doing it some, it doesn't hurt to be in here so that the public knows this is encouraged and this is possible.
I will
So,
clarify,
Yes.
we aren't doing what that says there, in that the first part of it is saying that we have to see the maximum number of affordable housing.
Right, yeah.
It was first designed with apartments in the back, an apartment in the back, and then townhomes in front. The market showed us that it would be better for us to do like the cost estimates and everything. It was changed to 22 townhomes. But that property is zoned for high density, so you could have done all apartments. So when I read that first section, I just want to make sure you understand that clearly. That right now is not, that has not been done. The variance side, I think we've been handling that through the developers agreement a little differently than we would other projects, but that first sentence is not currently,
okay.
it's not, we are not necessarily maximizing the number of units. It's included the community, sure, as I'm working with the neighborhood as well. So just to be clear.
So that can be reworked. I just wanted to make sure that the variance aspect was brought up.
It's leverage to create.
So if we take out that is leverage to create maximum number of affordable homes, just out and then rework the rest of it, would that address your concern, Dan? Or what, I don't know how to say it.
Right now, how we've done it. To be honest, I don't know how much more current owned city land is available for housing. Given as we grow, demand for public, space for our operations is needed. But I would say, I mean, like we would with our projects, I think we would still want to have the city not come in and put in the maximum number of units. We would want to work with our community, members and make sure that what we do is right. So, and apartments might not be the right thing at that time. So townhomes though, you know, we fit the maximum number of townhomes that we could with fire, you know, egress and ingress and all that, work. But, however you guys want to work if you can, I just wanted you to understand what's,
just striking that section more.
Does that work for your purposes?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so we strike it, then I'll just delete it. Want to make sure that's.
Yep.
We all, you all on the same page, so it would look like that.
And would you say, so Dana, right now you're kind of already doing that in the developers agreement. Do you think creating, like saying instead of to create a process, to create a formal process? Because it sounds like you guys are already doing that.
When I think about how we'll be handling projects, it might be times where, we put up the city-owned land for, we're gonna be seeking proposals, variances. I think you're gonna hear from Public Works, who he's not here tonight, he's having to deal with Craig's having to deal with a family situation. Is that, you really need a lot of that infrastructure in place. Some of the variances can be done, but maybe it would be to create a specific, not process, but allow for unique treatment of these type of variances compared to other projects or something like that. But I don't know.
This is
Andy,
something that
does
came
that-
up during Dunker's project too, where he was trying to do it in phases and we required impact fees for the whole thing and.
That's no longer
So I mean,
required.
I know, but I'm just thinking it's just something that could apply to not just, projects, but other legacy home projects where we could build something into the incentives where we could change some of them. Because right now, a subdivision variance would require council approval, or the zoning variance would require this board's approval.
The council did approve variance regardless, but for the depot park townhomes project, and I worry legacy homes is done 100% deed restricted. What the purpose is to make sure that these are completed by the time residents get to take occupancy. And so that's how it was worded in the agreement, that all of these things that were variances at the time, they will have to be completed before they're occupied or ready to be occupied. And maybe it's not city-owned land, but maybe not insure, but maybe it's explore opportunities to maximum, like to provide for flexibility or to expedite the process, the variance process for 100% affordable projects or something like that. Because I think the 100% is important in that, it would 100% be restricted or however you want to put it.
Are we talking the same community housing term?
Community housing, but yeah, that's the word I like to use, but I know we're using affordable and attainable throughout this house, so it's fine, but I think that, creating a process or exploring that you can create a process. Maybe you don't want to hold us to ensure that this happens, but let's explore the opportunities that we might have there.
Yeah, so maybe change ensure to explore.
Right.
And that 100% affordable projects.
You have a concern about use of the term community housing. I think it was expressed, but I can't remember.
No.
Where?
From a deed restricted.
Oh, 100%.
Well, I think maybe you could switch it to community housing instead of, would that be?
Is, because community housing is also like market rate for, the local, I mean, and I'm not opposed to that, I just don't know that that would be.
I think what the term really is for 100% deed restricted affordable.
Okay,
However you want it, I mean, that's what we're looking for.
Right.
it's not too limiting.
Are we
Yeah, it
only
should say
talking about city-owned land
Zoning and or subdivision
or?
variance.
Okay.
Zoning and or subdivision.
Why are we,
Zoning and subdivision.
And or subdivision.
why do we want to limit it to city land?
It should, yeah, I think we get rid of city land and it should be for any
Yeah.
100%.
Probably everybody's watching in there.
Well, yeah, and then I'm like, I got backspace because I can't see through. Is it not red line? Oh, no, because this is a red line. Never mind, okay.
We're putting redlining back into this. Wait a minute.
Wait one second. I got some blue one.
Yeah, you're right.
Just to be clear, we're not.
Edited. Oh, you got the live version from the. Is there gonna guest Wi-Fi here?
There is.
Okay, so for future reference.
Yeah, you just go on the city Wi-Fi, there's no password. It's a city Wi-Fi, like what you guys. That reads better.
Like, that's what I got. That's what's good.
I like it.
You guys don't-
So I motion to add explore opportunities to allow for expedited zoning and or subdivision variances for development of 100% deed restricted affordable unit applications.
Second. Okay, everybody in favor? Yes, okay. Is that it unanimously? Yeah.
Sausage.
All right, so. Thank you. Now we'll move along. That was finishing up 4, I believe. So anything else on 4?
I just had a question on 4. It doesn't even need to be discussed. It's just my own curiosity. So 4C and then 2 there. I'm just curious why, eliminating was struck and it's changed to reducing or reimbursing impact fees.
We can't eliminate impact fees, we can only reimburse them, so,
Money's gotta come from someplace.
yeah.
Equal application.
Yeah, good question.
Okay.
Well, I have gotten information from the state that they believe we can eliminate it. Our state law is not explicit in allowing us to eliminate them for certain types of developments. Whereas states like California and I can't Colorado maybe, they have it where they can, a city can exempt certain property developments from impact fees. So we've always been very cautious in reimbursing, in other words, these funds from other these funds from other funds in the city to reimburse for.
That's all with it.
Yes.
Another question. When the impact fees discussion was occurring on Monday, in the work session, it sounded like roads were included as something that impact fees could be used for. And that in the general presentation during discussion during the council session, it seemed to me that roads were not identified as something impact fees could be used for. Does anyone know can they?
I can, they are allowed by the state. Currently, the city is not assessing impact fees for future road construction. That is being considered by the council now. The consultants that do our impact fee analysis have presented to the committee, and I believe to the council once, the idea, like what some road transportation impact fees would look like. That's going to be followed up later in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Goal number 5, page number 7. Anything on goal number 5?
Based on a comment from Whitefish. It's in actually have the goal itself. The suggestion was to replace foster partnerships and communication with the development industry with establish and strengthen relationships. The goal here, the point of this comment was, I mean, it's a pretty safe comment, but we have partnerships, but we want to strengthen them with the various stakeholders in development and affordable housing. So it's stronger to say establish and strengthen relationships. And actually I do happen to agree simply because these relationships that we have that are listed off down in the detail of the housing plan are really important. The housing whitefish, the various inputs from Shelter Whitefish and Citizen for a Better Flathead, along with developers and whatnot. So I just like establish and strengthen relationships as a replacement with the, yeah, so just, really just that.
I second that.
Establish and strengthen relationships with the development industry and state, local, and national organizations. Plan for future, that's reads great to me.
I'm okay. Why not? Work, I would, if I'm gonna wordsmith this anymore, I would insert the word work to establish and strengthen.
That's a good point.
And how do you define development industry? Is that property or housing? What?
Contractors.
Well, it's kind of defined below in that narrative. All of those,
I got it now.
I want to add for future either affordable or attainable housing needs. Because we don't need to be strengthening and developing these for all housing needs, but we need to do it for affordable and attainable housing. So I want to add that word in.
The only question I have is it just planning for future housing needs, or is it planning actually like helping implement or building or whatever? Because when the narrative talks about more than just planning, it talks about
To meet,
leveraging partners
Meet.
to deliver sustainable housing, you know, so.
yeah,
That's a good word.
To help meet
to meet,
future affordable
Yeah.
housing.
Yeah,
Yes.
change plan to meet.
Can we use attainable? Is attainable broader than affordable? Or are they synonymous? I'm sorry, I lost track of that.
Obtainable, we said earlier.
No, wait, to help meet.
attainable's broader and.
Yeah, attainable means, affordable is a term that's really defined by HUD that says X% of me,
Obtainable is more.
80%, is it AMI? Attainable really is a term that's meaning, it's housing that's attainable to segments of the population beyond just market rate. So there's the affordable, truly affordable housing. So, I mean, I don't know if Daniel can answer it better if I did a good job, but.
The definition of affordable housing?
No, of attainable. I mean, attainable just means, it's kind of a bigger term, but it means, like, for instance, I don't need affordable housing, right? I'm missing middle. I can't afford housing here, but it really wouldn't be what's classified as affordable housing. It's housing that's affordable to the local community, not just under the AM definition.
I'll just give you a little refresh, like the last meeting, I noticed you were talking about, we defined community housing for the city in our roadmap. And it's housing not being provided by the existing housing market at prices attainable for community members that live and work in the Whitefish area.
And that definition's in here.
So community housing might be the appropriate word in this instance.
Future community housing. Yeah. Awesomeness. Thanks, Dana. Like it. That's.
I don't like the word community. I'm sorry. It just does it for future community housing needs. Does it not have to have something else with it?
It has
It
a.
is.
Community housing needs.
The term of art.
It's defined here.
But as defined,
It's there.
as defined in the housing roadmap or something, but.
But do we have to capitalize it though, to make it that term instead of just lowercase? Maybe if we capitalize it, I'm okay with it, but if you just say community housing, it makes, I would just read right over it.
At least in part, I think that it's employed to minimize the stigma that's associated with low income.
That's exactly
Right. So
I'm fine with that.
for that reason, I
Yeah.
think it's a good compliment.
Nice.
Okay. So we have this now. And we've made motions on multiple parts of it. I'll move that we, incorporate this as it's written there now.
A second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, unanimously, we accept it. So, is that, anything else on 5? Okay, moving on to 6. I have one suggestion on 6, the narrative under the housing goals outlined in this plan element go beyond, or just take out the more than just those 3 words. Don't.
What are you looking at?
Goal number 6, the narrative right under the goal.
Okay.
The housing goals outlined in this plan element go beyond. Take out more than just, go beyond the need to.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
What about the use of the word ensure there? Does that bind the city? And I think this is language that came out of the housing committee, right? We need to modify that.
Yes, I said that front, so it could be heard on there. Yes, the housing committee prepared this goal.
Do we need to monkey with the word ensure or?
I'm not offended by it. Why would you?
Well, this isn't like a regulatory document, right?
Mhm.
And you want to create a obligation for the city that can't be met, but I would defer to whatever the staff thought on that.
I think,
Certain things you can do, and can't do with regard to sustainability when it comes to putting conditions on things, right?
Is there a better word, Dave? Or is that one okay?
I mean, is this, says new housing development, is that all new housing developments that anybody builds, or it's talking about affordable housing? Just talking about.
Yeah, that's
If the city has some control over, then we can ensure that we're trying to do that, but if it's broadly a use by right out in the P2 or someone's building a part of building, it's space that they can, there's not much we can do to ensure that they're meeting their sustainability things. So. Goals.
yeah. Angie, what's your thought on that? 6, the goal itself, ensure, does that?
I mean, I should have the same concerns that Dave has. If somebody's doing something that's used by right, we have no way of ensuring anything.
Yeah.
And I don't like language ensure. I mean, that we're using language like that binds us to that, so we should be using language, to like attempt to ensure, I mean.
Encourage. Encourage new housing development.
Encourage the new housing development.
Can we change it to encourage, Alan?
Encourage that new housing.
I hear what Dave's saying about, is that all, or is that
That's that narrative.
community housing? Or what is that type of housing?
Sure, sounds like a mandate word.
Yeah. The line, the line.
Encourage new housing development that aligns.
Oh, I mean, I could take that out. I know Wendy needs to work that.
Yeah, but that is.
There we go.
So we have encouraged there now.
Broader, I mean, you look at the paragraph, it talks about like attainable housing or efforts to address housing affordability and supply, minimize impacts on the environment.
So now we're encouraging all of that instead of ensuring it because we cannot ensure.
You know, to align with other sustainability goals outlined in this document, basically, so.
If I move, we replace ensure with encourage.
Yep.
All right,
I moved to
Second.
the word encourage.
okay, hold on, sorry, we have,
Should say to align.
is this from the housing committee?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys,
That
Sorry.
sustainability has been inserted, that wasn't in our document. Because we wanted it to align with all of the other goals in the Whitefish vision.
Okay.
You know, hazards. That was, for instance, we didn't put anything about fire. Because we said, okay, there's a whole hazard section, and so this would reference that. It wasn't just limits of sustainability, it was transportation, hazards, wastewater, all those things.
So instead of other, you could say the. Goals.
Do align with, so that you pick up that.
With,
Goals.
with goals and objectives outlined in that.
Or two different things. What did I miss?
Yeah, I mean, the reason we put sustainability in there because of all the stuff in the narrative, but Alan added that, so maybe he was projecting into it, but. But I just was trying to qualify what goals it was, because that's what we were talking about in there specifically.
But it is more than sustainability. I mean, it's also about public facilities, I mean, it's infill, back development.
Things, we just thought this would be the catch up for it. Cause, you know, Richard had paragraphs about fire that he wanted us to put in there.
But he's gone now, so.
Yeah, he loves it.
Where are you, Richard?
Tough luck, Richard.
Yeah, but I'm still there.
Okay.
Put with hazard, other, in the hazard check.
Well,
So if we just take out sustainability, then that's,
with
yeah.
the goals
Or
outlined in the.
sustainability and resiliency, because the resiliency talked about fire. That's.
Public transportation and.
Yeah, I mean,
It's infrastructure.
Yeah, I think it's better.
to be all.
With all goals outlined.
Housing development,
Okay,
align to encourage new housing development to align with all goals outlined.
and then we have objectives to
Yeah.
make sure that happens. Promote density, so we deal with transit, okay. All right, so.
Move to adopt that language.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta redo it, cause we didn't really vote.
Okay, so right now, sorry,
We didn't vote, yeah, and so,
on your narrative that reads as the housing goals outlined, we haven't motioned or voted on that one yet.
we were stopped mid-vote, so I'll rescind that motion and then make a motion to adopt the language as typed now
For goal 6, but not,
for goal 6.
and then we're, okay, so we're not doing anything with the narrative. In the red line.
And more than just.
Oh, yeah, the more than just, we did that. That was the first thing on this. I
So now,
think we did.
No, because.
Did we not?
We started it on to it.
We didn't vote on it.
Okay, so,
Vote on that now.
yeah, can we do this all together? Can I get a little bit of a head nod? We can do this all together. Okay, so this language, the goal and the narrative together as written, I move, we adopt those.
second,
Okay, everyone in favor? There we go. All right. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on. So that's goal narrative taken care of. And then on the objectives, we have a few, a couple of things. It was suggested that on B, after reduced car trips, we add in and improve quality of life. So not just, yeah, I like that.
Something like B?
Yeah.
On B, yeah. By promoting walkable neighborhoods. So I move to add that. Okay, thank you. All right, everyone in favor of adding and improve, thank you. It passes unanimously.
What, can I ask the question? What is an active transportation route?
So we could find that.
yeah, you haven't seen that section yet, but they sure have. But that's, active transportation routes are pathways, trails, sidewalks, anywhere where it doesn't require a motor.
And not part
And
of.
that's defined, that, you don't see that yet, but the transportation element actually defines that, and there is actually a map of the active transportation routes. Correct.
And it's not the Whitefish Trail System.
Right, it's not, that's the Whitefish Trail system is
Right.
defined as a recreational trail, not an active transportation route. But
Okay.
again, you haven't seen that yet.
Good.
I don't think, no, the kids have taken.
That's it for me on, anybody else on, there's the 6? All in objective 6, all right.
There's one other thing on goal.
Yes.
Objectives 6B, walkable. Do we define walkable? It was a fair
Yeah.
question. And one of the commenters.
I mean. No, we do in the transportation element, kind of. I don't think I actually used the term walkable. We talked about walking, but no.
Okay.
So apparently it's an urban planning term.
It's a general defined term.
So-
Quality sidewalks, things are compact enough that you can walk to them. and it's-
Usually they say, I think it's usually a quarter mile.
Yeah. That's actually somebody.
Usually it's a quarter mile.
Okay. Just,
15 minutes. 15 minutes or a quarter mile, yes.
If it's
Usually, but that doesn't always mean because walkable also means wanting to get people out. Yeah, our downtown is walkable, right? Because you want to look at all of the ground floor retail, there's things to look at. But you can have a block that's all just wall and that's not walkable.
So general term.
It is kind of general term, it just means it's either within a distance or it's fun to walk. There's places that's not.
Sometimes it's okay to be a little ambiguous because you can apply it to more things, yeah.
It's not fun to walk along 93 even for.
Thanks for that encouragement, Dave. Sometimes it's fun to be ambiguous, because then we get to do what we want after. Okay,
There's some flexibility.
thank you. On that note, we should all go home and just be ambiguous. Okay, so now we're do what?
If it's walkable.
If it's walkable, go home, right?
I'm stuck here forever.
So now we're on to the housing element background. This should be, I think, well, so I'm a little confused about how many things we're gonna run into on this. We're done with goals and objectives. It's, 9, 10. We're gonna bust through this, make good decisions, and be done with housing. Let's go. Okay,
Question.
yes.
There's 97 pages of public comment and 70 of them are about numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Is it within our scope to address the population questions, the growth number of housing units? Or not? So much public comment was received about it. And I have an opinion, but before, not volunteering an opinion, it would be a very large effort to go through, for instance, Shelter Whitefish's discussion on Shelter WF's discussion on the housing needs assessment and the fact that it serves as the basis for this. John Heberling put his own numerical analysis in there. There's a lot of discussion from Rhonda's group about the population estimates. Can we address that? Is there a practical way for us to address that?
I think so. Alan sort of addressed it in the beginning of this by saying that the numbers will change. These numbers are directly derived from the housing needs assessment and from the, economic. Yeah. So.
Was submitted to city council. So like, I just want to clarify, that I wasn't asking the planning commission to address that at all,
Okay.
so it is that.
Thank
But
you.
but that was actually the modified Shelter WF housing was submitted for the 12-17 meeting.
It was put in that, I didn't put it in that. I sent it to city council only.
I put it in the red marks because I thought you can blame me. I wanted, because if I didn't put them in the red mark grant, I would hear, why didn't we get Shelter Whitefish's comments on housing numbers? That's why I did it.
Well,
We wouldn't know that. though.
You wouldn't have known that, but I would have been worse if I didn't do it.
I understand that, but
But my only comment is not gonna change the goals and objectives.
So we have this narrative. There are multiple discussions about numbers being too high, too low, projections. From my perspective, and I've spoken with staff about this, we need to make sure that the numbers that are in here are accurate per the numbers that we've been provided by the state. Past that, these numbers don't directly affect the policy as I see it. And they also will change. They will change in 1 year. Some of them will change in a couple of weeks when we get new numbers. As long as our policy in the document is as we agree it should be, I do not feel a need to discuss all of those varying viewpoints.
I agree.
So I think this should be pretty fast. We can listen to the experts, the people that have been hired, what the state has given us. Make sure that's correct in this document. So some of, the comments are stating that something had been reversed or this wasn't stated correctly. Those are the types of comments that we want to make sure are corrected in here. But as far as numbers and how they're used to project, that will change, has changed, and the policy is what we're dealing with.
And just one last point on that. I agree with you, by the way. I don't think we can.
Yeah.
I don't think we should, but that's aside from my opinion, goal number one, first sentence in goal number one is with the 2025 Whitefish Housing Needs Assessment as a guide. And then move forward to assure and achieve an adequate supply of housing. I don't want to go backwards, please forgive me, but that is front and center. And in our comment packet, the Whitefish Housing Needs Assessment 2025 was questioned. Now, whether, not saying that you guys did it, but it is in our comment packet. So is it okay to leave it there for now, knowing that the council is going to discuss that because they've received comment and they've committed to discussing it as per what they said Monday, taking it into account at a future date. So can we just leave it there?
Well, so can I quickly say, when I watched the council, I wasn't physically present, but it sounded like they were going to wait to the later date until we had discussions and given it back to them. So,
It's, instead of saying 2025, you could say with the most current.
Yeah.
Yeah. That anytime it's updated, even directly after this, you could take out the 2025 Whitefish and just say with the most current Whitefish housing needs as a guide. And then if the council says, all right, we agree with Shelter WF, we're gonna do an amendment that's now adopted as the most recent version of the housing needs assessment. That's where it changes it. That's, I think, the simplest way.
Just gonna suggest that.
So with the most recent adopted.
Most recent adopted, paren, 2025 Whitefish Housing Assessment. Post paren, ago.
For 2026, it is.
Currently, the 2025.
The most recent,
But you'll have.
we need to say 2026 though, because we know, and then in 2027, suddenly that's problematic. Seems like we can just refer to the most recent adopted one, whatever that is. I just don't want to put a date in there, sir, because I have the feeling that very soon there's gonna be some calls to adopt or to revise at least some sections of that. Sure. So this now works for anyways.
Fine. Parentheses would be used as a current reference, not as that's the most current. Kind of. Or a case, I can go either way, I just point it out.
And then conversely, right below that, it talks about continue to implement the current 2022 housing roadmap. Maybe we just say most current housing roadmap, because that may change. And that gives the plan more longevity, because it's not tied to us.
Much better.
That's all.
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent.
I move to accept the text as Alan has written it, removing specific dates and including most recently adopted and current for the housing data input.
I second.
All in favor?
I just saw 2 hours of conversation.
Welcome.
Oh, that could go.
Well, so much of that,
I do nothing else.
so much of that comment did seem to be trying to revise the housing assessment, right?
Mhm. Which will happen.
May happen.
I know.
Well, you know, it will happen. at
Everybody's
some
got a
point.
view on it,
Mhm.
and they were different,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so now we're back to page 9, the draft. I have one,
It's question.
9.
page 9. Under overview of Montana's housing crisis, the second paragraph, the perfect storm. The second paragraph under there,
Last paragraph on page 9.
it's just not, keep going down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. After cost, period, and then capital this. Cause I think that sentence is really long.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't make sense. This deep.
Got it.
Just for- Okay. Anyway, I moved to put a period, not this.
Okay,
What study?
Everyone in favor? Okay, all right, so it's passes, that seems.
was there a factual basis for saying it tripled? Was Phil's question?
I didn't hear him saying.
Yeah, what was, how did you base triple? Price,
2009, let me think. 2019 was 440,000 for 812. The last one I saw was 1.3. I don't know if I'd say quadrupled.
Triple.
It sounds like triple. That's what. 1.3, that goes up and down, but the most recent from Northwest Montana, blah, 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 1.3 million.
okay.
It's about triple 400,000.
To that note, do you think it's important that we kind of lay that out, that to more than $1 million?
Later on.
It does say it.
Oh,
Just
just,
doesn't say it there. Yeah, there's actually a table in there, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
It shows like where we were then and where we are now.
Anything else on that page? Can we move to page 10? On page 10, under visioning comments, we need to decide, maybe we already have, and I missed it, the difference between working class and workforce. We have a suggestion to take out the first working class,
But I mean, that's-
change it to workforce.
I don't know, I think I was using it synonymously.
Okay.
I didn't differentiate. If somebody thinks it is, I didn't get that. That was just using those same terms, working class and workforce.
Maybe just, yeah.
Avoiding the word class.
Yes,
Yes.
Workforce, sounds great, I wanna be forceful, yeah. All right, so all in favor of changing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Approved, we're good. Let's, on things like that, we're gonna be done with making motions, we're just gonna say yea or nay. Page 11. Okay. Well, this is a suggestion and, I do agree with it. because, okay. So this is from John Heberling. And the end of page 10, small town character was second only to walkability as the answer to what participants listed. And so adding the sentence, if you can type this, Alan, as I
After
say,
what's unique about Whitefish?
yes, after the word whitefish. Small town feel was ranked number 1 in importance among listed values by visioning participants.
Small town feel is ranked number 1.
And importance among listed values by visioning participants.
Importance and listed values by participants.
Visioning participants,
Vision.
yeah. From those very first sessions. Oh, sorry, not, yeah, that was just me
So you're right.
rambling. Take out from those very first sessions, sorry. That's just me, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
But I would recommend putting that in quotation marks.
All right. Any discussion or opposition to this being added?
I think argument is regardless of whether we disagree with it, that's what it was said.
Okay, all right, so everybody in favor of adding this? Great, okay, Michelle, unanimously, we're adding it. Okay, you guys jump in if there's anything.
What page am I on?
11, yeah,
I had one at the end,
okay,
under
Sorry, Marty, where?
yeah, under, at the end of page 11, under definition of cost burden.
Okay.
Richard had a suggestion, after that line that says housing costs include monthly payment for rent or mortgage, as well as taxes, insurance, and utilities. He recommended adding HOAs.
Yeah, that was a really good point.
I think that seems.
HOA fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
HOA fees, yeah.
all right. All in favor of adding,
Utilities comma, yeah.
I gotta remove and, but then put utilities,
And
cost
HOA fees.
and HOA.
Each insurance.
everyone in favor of adding and HOA fees? Okay. Then,
I don't mind.
Yeah, it's just space concerned.
Oh, here?
We just raised ours up to $50 there,
Space.
$55 a
Oh.
for a home.
All right, I'm not worried about that. Everything.
okay, and then on this same page, the very end of the need for housing. So we have the housing needs assessment, and then we also have the, the economic development study, 2 separate numbers.
Yep.
Those are flipped in the footnote.
Oh,
6.
sure. So you're saying put the 2025 first?
Well, probably just state what you mean. 61% is the 2025 housing needs assessment, and the 76% is the economic development study.
Said. What was the other number? Sorry.
76. Okay, and then, we had a suggestion that about the same number of people commute outside of the city to work. And I don't know if there's any discussion, we talk about people commuting from outside into work, do we talk about people who live here and drive away to work?
We do. It was, oh boy. I believe that assessment, there was little pie charts shown in the GSBS study showing who they anticipated commuting in and commuting out.
Okay.
Can't tell you now
Does that affect the people that are commuting out of the city? Does that affect the number of housing units that are needed in the city?
Well, so I think that the tie-in is people are driving into work, people are driving out to work. There's this argument that if people are leaving the town they're in, then they're probably not shopping in the town. Does that make sense? Like it's creating this non-community for people to be living and working in separate spaces. Housing wise.
Nervous about that data only because, I'm not, the data about the people commuting out, those actual numbers,
It was just a chart, not a number.
I'm not,
Is that what you're?
I'm a little nervous about not having it consistent. I can't remember which study it came out of, through, I'm not
Okay.
sure if they gave me both figures. So if we go down the rabbit hole, I might end up having to have somebody redo those numbers.
Yeah.
That's it, right? I just think mine end up being more problematic and I won't have it done before it goes to council.
Okay,
I should do it. I just don't think I'll have it before it goes to council.
we can, just put a little mark and know that if that's something that, yeah, we need to think about adding, we can come to council and say, we'd like that.
I can look. I don't want to promise it because I don't know if I have that data.
Okay, if you do, that would be a good spot to add it. Anyway,
I'll make it clear.
I think John Huberman, did run those numbers.
Yeah, but coming in, I don't know about going.
I don't know if those numbers are right, though.
I don't think he
Yeah.
did it.
I'm gonna defer to the experts.
I don't know.
I don't know if those numbers are right.
And then
That's true.
the assumption that just above that, the high cost of housing can reduce the number of employees a business can attract. When they can earn the same wage in their home community. And the comment,
Where are you?
sorry. This is still a need for housing in the middle of the paragraph,
On page,
page 11.
okay.
The high cost of housing can reduce the number of employees right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So that sentence, talking about when they can earn, those same wages. This was referencing the fact that Whitefish does pay higher wages typically than the surrounding communities. So it might be better to say when they may earn similar wages in their home community, because that's likely not something that we know.
When they, oops.
So replace can with
May earn similar wages.
Just so I just go south on me. What page were we on?
Sorry, 11.
I like did something and the thing moved on me. When they may earn,
Get rid of those three.
I mean, may earn similar.
Similar wages, yeah. That page was heavy, but that's for me. Anybody else on 11? Well. Okay, there, I had to go ahead, yes.
Go for it. So on 12, housing Whitefish, or sorry. It's really late, for me. Shelter WF submitted some numbers analysis for this table that we have here that I think I looked at like the percentages of that median sales price to the median household income. And I apologize, I don't know what page of the public comment it's on. I pulled all those out and put them in a second document, but I can give you those numbers if you want to write them in.
I can find them. I know what you're referring to.
Like adding a third column.
Adding
That numbers, I'm gonna hope they're correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I checked them, but
Division.
I'm not saying I'm perfect. But I think those are really important to have. I think they add numbers to this feeling that a lot of people are having in our community right now
Also,
where,
add percentage.
yeah, where historically, yes, things were expensive. It's been a resort town for a long time. But what we are seeing now is unprecedented and really hard for people to.
I'll make a motion to add that third.
I know, yeah.
Second.
Third column. Second, everybody, yes, okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just have sorry, Whitney.
No, go ahead.
So I just have kind of a comment about small town character, kind of similar to the conversation we had earlier about existing neighborhood. But small town character, I think often is used in a way to deny density as the idea that when you build more housing, you lose small town character. And I feel like, the conversation we had earlier about traffic and sprawl and that kind of thing. There are ways in which housing can be built that retain, the ability to walk safely, some of those things that are, like the term quaint. And so my brain is not fully functioning right now. It's an hour and a half past my normal bedtime. But I just wanted to kind of put it on the record that small town character, I worry that again, it'll be weaponized to stop the very housing that will actually has potential to lessen the impacts that development is having right now, because a lot of the development that we have right now tends to be more sprawled, tends to lead to more traffic. We have, that mismatch of 60 to 76%, depending on what you look at.
Are
of
you,
people.
sorry, are you on 13?
Oh,
What
sorry,
page are you on? Where are you on?
I am on.
Page 13.
Yeah, it's 13.
Are you
Okay.
disagreeing with what I wrote, or are you?
No, I just kind of wanted to put it in the public record, about the utilization of small town character. And again, my brain's not functioning, and I probably missed when I wanted to talk about it. So I'm just kind of making a note. I will come back around and have a fully formed functional thought at some other point, but I just wanted to put it.
I did have this to raise the awareness that it's an ambiguous term, but it is used to oppose,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That exact concern.
yeah. So if you put that, I'm sorry.
It said, I did write, however, the term community character is sometimes used as a rationale. It was a little stronger first. However, the term community character is sometimes used as a rationale to oppose new housing projects, especially when proposed projects are perceived to disrupt the established scale. There was some language also that talked about economic class, suggested that was a little too strong.
Okay, that's good. My brain's not functioning right now. Sorry, Helen.
Okay. So do you want
So
to
never mind.
change? Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right, so 13 is good. Thanks for adding that however portion, Alan.
Oh, 13, there were a couple notes on the table here, but then it's gonna make it a little less compact. But I guess the aesthetic. can- Oh, by the wayside here, if you have it handy, Mike, you can. too.
Just one suggestion.
A state statute, I think.
Yeah, well, I'm not suggesting taking that out. There was one comment that suggested adding, dark homes.
Dark homes.
as-
Yeah.
Which I thought was important. There's another comment, from Housing Whitefish suggesting changing the order. I don't see anything that indicates there's an order to this, so I'm just gonna not volunteer that. It was noted, but it's just not an order.
Maybe they
It's not-
bullet,
Well, you could check the
bullet
numbers
point.
under.
bullet one.
Instead of number them, there's a good plan, yeah.
I think there was another one there too.
If, the only one I saw,
Richard.
oh, did Richard have one? I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
the HOAs again. Yeah. Property taxes and insurance rates.
You could add that to like number 3. interest, property tax.
Yeah, Alan just made simplify that table.
Or,
So where it says interest rates,
uh,
you could just put in front of that, property tax. What was the second one?
Property tax, insurance and
Yeah.
interest, since those are all.
Insurance rates and interest rates, yeah.
All right. Everyone in favor of adding these 3 bullet points and changing to bullet points in this section, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Unanimous? Thanks, Marty, for that. Page 14. Anything? Oh, I have on the footnote on 8, on page 14, this is where I was saying I want us to reference due to Senate Bill, whatever is why we revised zoning to this. Cause we didn't just do this on our own.
Angie or Dave, can you guys give me that set? I know Dana's got, she actually has like a little table she can get to right away.
Does
It's amazing.
Revised zoning to allow duplexes.
Someone give me that.
There was just a statutory.
Senate bill or it was actually due to.
It's actually,
Montana
Senate bills are hard to look up. I
Due
mean, if you put the
to-
statute in there.
Montana statute require mandates, Montana statutory mandates. How about that?
Or no, that's ADUs, I think it's
State legislation.
The state, Montana state state mandates,
243 for duplexes?
but now it's a law, so it's not really a house bill. I mean, that's the thing, we call it state bill, house bill. Once it's passed into a law, it's not a bill anymore.
Okay.
So
It makes
it's
it
really-
much harder to look up if you refer to the House and Senate.
Due to Montana state mandates.
However,
323, there we go.
I just want to make sure everybody knows.
And I could say.
Yeah,
House
Whitefish
bill,
didn't just
Senate
do
bill,
this.
House bill.
That's a little 323.
Senate Bill 3023. See, I told you.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Like that in there. Yeah, it's actually it's the 2023 Senate Bill 323, so not like.
Yeah.
Three. Yes, they are used. Well, in 2023 was the Senate Bill, I don't know if we made the changes in 23.
We've revised
We
it.
did.
that
Oh, we did, yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's it. Anything else on 14, 15? 15, I have a couple of things. Anybody else want to go first on 15? Okay. So the table on 15, this is small, but I'm just annoyed that the 2%, 4%, 6% are flipped. Can we just make it decreasing order?
Oh,
Is that possible?
yes, I just can't do that now.
No, you don't have to do it now. I'll say it again later.
Sure. No, I can fix that. I
Thank
just
you.
can't. It's a spreadsheet. If I
Mhm.
try to do it now, it would make everybody insane.
Oh, that's fine.
Um,
And I'm sure everyone's in agreement about that being changed, because nothing's actually being changed. And then this discrepancy with the vacant homes.
1/5 versus the 30.
30%, 19%, whatever we're gonna go with, or maybe explain why, but it's page 15 and page 19. They're, kind of used interchangeably, but they're not the same number. 15 and 19 are not the same.
Okay, give me the first word, the 15 number.
So on page 15, at the very last sentence before
Oh.
that chart, it says with the other
30%.
30% being seasonal or short-term. And then on page 19, that's how you define this vacant housing as like seasonal or short-term and say it's 19%. So,
Page 19.
dark
Page
homes,
19. Because dark, it says 1 in 5 are dark homes. Let me see what. Trying to think late at night there.
I know, and if that's something that,
Oh, well, seasonal and short-term rentals is different than dark homes. Dark homes mean they sit empty.
but, yeah, but
This says with the other
How are
30%
you-
is seasonal.
how
or
are you
short-term.
defining a dark home?
It's defined. Dark homes. Dark homes are literally how, what is it?
Unoccupied.
Dark home- dark
Seasonal,
home-
recreational, or
Contract that's
occasional use.
vacant. Which implies used for, so that
Seasonal,
means,
recreational, occasional.
oh, I see.
Corporations
Is that the same
hold.
as-
Maybe let's just take that out, because it is two different things. Is vacant, meaning nobody's in it.
Yeah,
But short-term rentals are not vacant.
no, that's fine, as long as we choose terms and go with them, because this is making it sound like you're talking about the same thing in two different.
The definition.
This,
So I think it's important for people to understand that defines what a dark home is, right? Unless you have a different definition somewhere else.
Okay, but you don't usually say roughly, like, I think the correct thing is that 1 in 5 housing units is classified as vacant. Yeah, of these 9%, the majority are occupied only person, so I think that's different than short-term rentals. If I struck that, I think that's what makes it confusing.
That means we would have 21% or 11%. No, 21% short-term rental then, 10%. Based on 30.
We're not counting short-term rentals as dark.
Oh, 10, 11%. I can't match 11%. Correct, so what I'm saying is if you do the math between the 30% and the 19%, we're saying 11% of our homes are short-term rentals. Which we don't have a neighborhood.
That actually tracks. Yeah, that tracks.
570.
Actually, we have said about 10% of our housing is in short-term rentals.
We
That
got
does track.
5,700 units, right?
Yeah, that number is correct.
Tracks, right?
Yeah, we've somewhere between 10 and 14%, but yes, if you look at all of the units, it came up to be higher. That's why that table was stricken, because we were looking at all, really fun, but if you look at our numbers, the numbers of registered short-term rentals in the city are roughly about 10%. So that covers.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're all clear on the changes that we just made. You changed page 19 to make the definition of dark home.
Vacant, unoccupied.
Okay,
Vacant, because that really is what people mean. I should have checked that language. We're not talking about, we're talking about homes that are occupied 2 weeks out of the year or 3 weeks out of the year, not short-term rentals and those. That's not what we're talking about.
all right, is everyone agreeing with that change? Okay. Yes, Scott, do you? Okay, we all do, thank you. So we left page 15 and jumped to 19. Is there anything else on the pages between 15 and 19? 16, 17, 18, anything?
To 20.
Yes.
There's a suggestion for our partnerships. 20, but I think our partnerships are not down to page 20. Eric, 22 is to add one to community action partnerships of Northwest Montana.
What page do you have that in your red marks? Because then I can just copy and paste that. In the comments here?
Yeah.
The red mark comments?
Be 23 on mine.
It's in the comments, would you find consider, because I can't find it. It's SIDD. I just didn't bring my plug.
That's community action partnership, you said?
Yeah.
Let's see, consider, no. I'm searching you, Daniel. Let's see.
You remember what page you are?
Wait, here it is. Yeah, but I need the language. Here it is.
And he gave me some language, I thought. he gave me
Yes,
some
there's a little bit of
language.
language.
Let's say from they provide other stations, no, yes, I mean. So is that just that paragraph?
Yeah, just to add a new partner, which is that.
So Habitat for Humanity, and then add a bullet point here. I just have to watch me because I'm tired, as we all are. Should I get this right? Wow, that's weird.
It kind of worked.
We can provide other too. Probably get more specific data on numbers and all that, but.
Weatherization. Weatherization, that's spell that right? Services. What?
Yep. All in agreement?
Alright.
Alright,
No,
we all agreed with Daniel. Yes.
yeah,
It's all underlined, but it should be underlined into the Clean Action Partnership.
Yeah, so it's gonna all be underlined right now, cause it's.
Yeah, underlined, but.
It's underlined, but it's all underlined. Because it's red marks, I can't make it underlined.
This is-
failure, I didn't bring my.
You know, I have a comment for you, make sure it's underlined.
When I go back and do all, after I accept all the red marks, I'll make sure I accept it then.
And you'll have this by tomorrow
These are
morning.
right, we'll have this by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Under reason
I have bed, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
we could add those three, if they're not on there. Let's see that in there, so
You have it on me? I have it on me?
it's actually gonna end up being 23 because numbers were off.
Yeah. So it starts here.
Housing funding programs, and then under 24. Some bullet points of,
Recent.
yeah, there you go, recent efforts, so it's already stretched to page.
Yeah.
25. My time, you can jump in there, stuff.
No, you're good. Regulatory update.
So it's basically suggesting that these could be. It's like programs. Programs, that are, because these are things we've done. Those are actually legitimate things that we've done. As a city.
But this, I think we did.
That's a general
Yeah.
thing, yeah.
Okay.
So do you mind just,
Short-term voting for.
These three.
yeah, just that whole,
To add in, I want to be sure that I'm under recent efforts. Is that where?
right, so page 24 into 25, add another block in recent efforts. Sure.
I asked what we're doing there. I think you're
So-
trying to figure out how to put
Well,
this.
yeah,
Here.
thanks for bringing us back. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mike's-
just trying to understand. what we're-
No, Mike's computer just went down and he had a few things.
there's just
And
one
then-
last section that I just wanted to add in because it's,
Yeah,
to
no,
a recent
Yeah.
efforts, so that's what we're
Like I said,
doing.
I'm just
I'm trying to figure out how to put it.
We're ordering DoorDash. Okay, so can I pass this to you or can you look at something because it's more to read than I care to read out loud?
Alan, in,
Or well, I can tell you what page it is.
Yeah, I know exactly. I can add Daniel's additional comments. on-
So, and I think, I mean, I don't know that this is contentious. This is adding things that are recent efforts. I would take them to be factual and I would give Alan the ability to add those as they're written. And
Probably tweak them a little bit so they fit.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't like your tweaking.
it's not
What
gonna
if-
be a context.
what if-
change. It'll
no,
just be to make
But
it
as
read
long
like-
as it fits in, as long as it fits, yeah, as long as the tense
My
and.
wife doesn't like my tweaking either when I'm crawl paper with a headlamp on.
And so for everybody's, the commission's understanding, these are efforts that the city has done recently that are, and we're just adding some extras because, hey, to give the city credit for the fact that we are trying to do some things. I mean, it's
So what
really,
page we on?
It's hard to wordsmith all that in 10 bucks.
What page?
Yeah,
are you
no,
on?
Not complaining. It's right here.
20,
You can see it right there highlighted.
okay, so
27.
we're gonna say everyone,
Oh.
everyone in favor of Alan inserting three
Going to be.
things into recent efforts as they're
Right.
written. Consider- raise your hand. Okay, so we're all in favor of you doing that as you can. Oh, good. You can, yeah, just, it can be tomorrow,
Work it however.
yeah. however. Yeah.
that was my last.
Do you
I've
guys
got
have anything before?
one. Possibly.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not wedded to this, but in November 26, there was an article in Montana Free Press talking about Montana could lose 70% of federal funding for low-income housing. I think that's, when we're talking about sources for financing, I think that would be an important point. I can give you the site. It's being challenged, but Montana was not one of the 20 states that sued the Trump administration over that. So again, in line with, us not creating our own problems, I think it would be important. I don't know if it's a political lightning rod, but it's just a fact.
Do you want to-
Under, just a second.
Page 22-ish.
It was, housing funding programs.
Okay, 23.
And I could give you just like one sentence and if you wanted a source.
Where would that go?
So on page 23,
Housing funding programs.
in that first paragraph, precatory language. Across all income levels, period, third sentence, bridging the gap between, I would add,
I'm not there. Am I on the right?
Last paragraph.
Yeah. Am I on there? You're right there. Okay, bridging the gap. Got it. All right.
okay. One sentence, where did I have this?
After approaches.
After income levels, and
Okay, before bridging the gap.
so,
Before bridging the gap,
yeah.
okay.
There's a couple of different ways to say it, but the first sentence of the article says Montana could potentially, and that's only because of the litigation, that policy has been adopted by the feds, receive 70% less federal funding for housing programs aimed at low-income residents.
See, 70. Montana could receive 70% less what?
Well, let's say a new federal policy released in November of 2025 means that Montana could potentially receive 70% less federal funding for housing programs aimed at helping low-income residents. That's how I guess I would say it.
Could you,
There's a HUD press release,
helping what? I'm sorry.
Low income residents.
helping low-income.
It's really important that you email me that so I can footnote
I
down.
will do it right now.
Within the context of that paragraph, it's introducing the local things that we do, and maybe it's something at the end when we talk about impediments or whatever. I'm just looking at.
That's fine.
So how it's-
If there's a better spot, I'm all for it.
That whole first paragraph is introducing the things that come after it, but.
So it's,
If there's a better spot, and I'm not even wedded to it, but I think it's important to at least acknowledge.
I think it's fair to put those kinds of reference that kind of an impediment in there somehow. And I like,
70%
I like identifying it as an impediment.
Yes.
No, I mean, it seems like it's appropriate there. We were talking about, one of the most important things is trying to finance it. There's been even more finances being pulled away. And we're trying to bridge that gap.
Yeah.
I think it fits.
All right, so
Okay.
everyone in favor of adding this language here now and you sending the
We're gonna
footnote?
have a footnote.
Okay, everyone's in favor. No. Michelle, it's in. Thanks.
I am going to send this to you at your email address.
Any other suggestions, edits throughout
Yeah.
the remainder of the document?
Let
Anyone?
me know if you,
I'm petered off. You're not.
I had a question, okay, but it's way towards the end, it's on page 27.
We might be there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's throwing anything else in.
Okay. But I'm saying my brain doesn't even make sense right now, so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
What's this week? That's the second time I've read that. Me too. Now live there.
So under financing resort tax reallocation, the first paragraph, the last sentence is there is potential to increase the allocation for community housing subject to voter approval. That would be like increase the percentage allocated, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, right. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to give something up.
Yeah.
Right? So what are we giving up to get more housing? The voters have to make that decision.
Well, technically not accurate.
Really?
We can go to 4% after this legislative session now, so, there is potential that we can increase to 4% and then do a reallocation. Housing is one of them that you can add for the 1%. So, you know, there's the reallocation, and then there's also now the ability for voters to add an additional 1%.
Is that isn't a goal,
That is a goal.
yeah, okay.
It is goal.
It's a goal. So you
I
can.
think it's actually two different places. There's one to do that, to reallocate, and then there's a goal. It was one you suggested. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was another goal to add an additional.
There's a reallocation and then you could consider.
To consider, yeah, not a goal to add, but
Yeah.
a goal to consider.
Going to voters for an addition.
All right. Anything pages 27 to 30 that someone would like to talk about?
The 14 LUPA guideline. How do we, the city should continue looking for ways to exceed the minimum strategy set for, okay, cool, that's it. Good, thanks.
Any other discussion on what we will be sending to giving direction to a council staff, the staff to present to council? All right, so let's have a vote on sending what we have said tonight as it stands via Allen to council.
In the final draft doc.
And to the final draft. And it'll come back.
Right.
Oh, okay, before it ever goes to council.
Yeah, I want to temper
Okay.
expectations.
Yeah.
here.
They'll get a draft.
You're-
This will
you're-
go to them
Yeah,
first.
they're gonna have a work session, but this is gonna come back to you. But you know, you're gonna have time to go through this. You're gonna have a 200-page document coming from you in one or two public
We
hearings.
can't wait. Bring it.
Again, that's
All right.
tomorrow morning.
So.
We're in.
I'm gonna be in bed. I'm not even sure if I have a house to go back to right now. It's 9 meetings.
Well, there's an affordable housing coming.
2045. Okay, so, everyone in favor of sending this draft as our direction, raise your hands. All right, wonderful. We will request that anyone with a general public comment here to end keeps it very short and very sweet. No complaints. Thank you. All right, thanks. Closing general public, nobody online yelling. Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so, I'm sorry to do this for you, but I did sit. There were several things that I just wanted to clarify. The comment was made that Edgewood in Colorado area has mixed use, mixed income neighborhood, which was, I guess, a bad thing, which I thought that's what we were working toward. But the reason for that is it's zoned WR4. So it allows all those different types of housing, and it has all those different types of housing. And I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, listening to the conversation. And some public comment referred to it as wonderful, yeah. So, I mean, when you're talking about inserting all these other kinds of uses into neighborhoods, I mean, let's be consistent with what you need. Because that's the R4, which allows duplexes, triplexes, apartments, single family, close to neighborhood business node. Yeah, so that should be good, not bad, that it was characterized as bad. So that would surprise me. Neighborhood character, yeah, everybody in town said they cared about that, and you guys all know it. And so if you don't like that term, you should ask people to say what they really mean, not just discard it because you think it means redlining, which has never happened in Whitefish ever. People are more worried about very rich people moving into their neighborhood, scraping their neighbor and building a monstrosity. They're not worried about hardworking workforce, right? Okay, so let's talk about Whitefish when we talk about this stuff. And if you don't want to honor what people's public comment was, you need to go back and ask them what they actually meant. Because those were the terminologies that were in common in previous plans, and that's why people use that terminology. And you shouldn't discount it, they mean it. As far as community housing, affordable housing, attainable housing, community housing is synonymous with attainable housing. Community and attainable are synonymous in our understanding in the housing community. So if you want to clarify, use attainable. I don't understand why short-term rentals aren't counted as dark homes because they're dark almost all of the year. They're only rented for very short periods. July, part of August, Christmas, maybe a weekend in February. They're pretty much like a vacation home. On page 17, there's talk about using seasonally occupied units for seasonal worker housing. Problem is, they're occupied in the very same seasons that seasonal workers are here. So that is a non-starter. Unless it's for like traveling nurses or something that isn't tied to the seasonality of the community. But as far as those homes becoming available seasonal employee housing, not gonna happen. And on page 14, honest to God, there's another reference to mixed use nodes. And I was hoping you guys would catch that, but you didn't. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Rhonda. Anyone else? Anybody? All right. Thank you guys for that. We're gonna have matters from the commission. Anyone have anything to state here? Matters from the commission, okay. Matters from staff. We've already gone over our schedule. It's been handed out. I think we're pretty clear. There'll be emails to come. If you're not signed up on Engage Whitefish, sign up now. Thank you.
And Alan, given the completion of housing tonight, January 21st is not needed. So that TBD can be probably.
Okay,
So no meet, you get that vacation.
or we can add something else. We'll see. Okay, thanks. All right, so this is our upcoming meeting agenda. I think that's it. I mean, our upcoming meeting agenda will be two things in the middle of January that are not really we don't really have. I mean, so,
15th is the one you.
yeah, but the 14th will be the consultants. You should be there.
14th is an open.
So,
And just to clarify, so the open house on Wednesday next week, people will come in and listen to like what the consultants have to say, right? And then the next day, if there's public comment about what they hear at the open house, is that the appropriate time to do?
Yeah, they'll be.
They're gonna introduce you to everything they're gonna basically say, we've had these meetings, here's what the community has said. Here's what we're going to present in the draft element. This is what it's gonna look like. Here's what our recommendations are gonna be. You're gonna see a paper coming in the next 3 weeks. That's what it's gonna be.
Okay.
It's gonna be an overview of what we've already kind of seen and are working with them on.
And so what I guess what I just want to clarify for the public, like, if they go there and they hear stuff from the land use consultants and they want to give some feedback on what they.
There'll be a public comment and the consultants will be there on Thursday because they're gonna be
Okay,
giving
that's what
an
I-
in-person presentation.
Sure that was.
So if the community's freaking out over something.
Yeah.
Or not freaking out over something, the consultants will be looking at that and hopefully adjusting accordingly and saying, this
Okay.
is what it's developing to look like.
Okay.
But there will be some like, here's the maps, here's what people are saying should be built there, here's the spread, that's what you're gonna see.
All right, so we'll see all of you on the 14th and the 15th. So
14th is just drop in. Drop
Yeah.
in, drop out.
so that's 5:30 to 7:30, and then 5 o'clock is the high school.
The high school
students.
presentation.
Next day,
Thursday.
5 o'clock is a high school presentation,
And then
5 to 5:45.
Okay,
6 o'clock will be the CZB.
Will be the regular meeting and that'll be part of the regular plan work. Will be the CDB
Okay.
presentation.
we don't know what that.
I'll be a half an hour late on next Thursday because I work till 5 in Calstop.
Okay,
So I'm just wanting to know.
You'll
so then
you'll be
not
6 o'clock.
We'll say Valerie can't be there because she hates high school kids. She only likes younger kids, she doesn't like high school.
Yeah, I think I was middle school.
All right, so somebody want to move to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
all right. Everybody